friends, welcome back everyone, welcome back to something a little bit different, something a little bit special. Welcome back to the Thunderfire Invitational. Welcome back to the big event designed to bring everyone back here to the Chinese server. Welcome back everyone, welcome back. Bienvenidos. I do apologize for going live a little bit late. Also I have to adjust the, I have to adjust the audio levels here. Un momento. As it is very loud. Okay, I think it's a little bit better. Okay. But I hope that's a little bit better. But yes, this is a big event. It's going to be celebrating the return of the Chinese server, and they've invited some legends for some show matches. Bear this in mind, there is going to be a big bracket taking place later on tonight, but initially it is a show match between two retired players, INnoVation and soO. Let's go, baby, let's go. Here we go. Again, INnoVation and soO. It has been years since INnoVation has competed. soO, he more recently retired. As a result, I do expect to see soO excel and soO do a little bit better than INnoVation, just because of how long INnoVation has been away from competitive play. But we'll see, we'll see. They have had months to prepare. Remember, this was initially scheduled for November of last year. The players were made aware, but schedulings did change. But that also means that INnoVation had more time to prepare for these games and for these matches. So again, we'll see how informed he's going to be. Settling into this, it looks like we are setting up for a two-base push very quickly as well. If you're in the chat, it is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Gamba time. Gamba time. It seems the audio feed is split by them. You might not be getting cast audio, just game sounds. I mean, we're casting. What are you talking about? This is a clean feed. We're not meant to get cast audio. We're just casting. But here we go. First off, we missed out on the initial opener, unfortunately. We did miss out on it. But INnoVation does go for his two-base push. He does have quite a bit to work with here. Two tanks already getting within range of that hatchery. Ooh, soO's in trouble. And where's Bathing Speed? Uh-oh. Bathing Speed is still 10 seconds away, and this move out may just kill soO. It's going to kill the expansion at least, but soO has to be patient until Bathing Speed finishes. Up. And Bathing Speed does not quite finish up. We get some decent stepping here by INnoVation. Deals with most of the Bailings. We have 4 Bailings remaining, trying to roll on in. But now the parade push has begun. INnoVation just rallying across the map. Nice target finding one of the Bailings. Oh my god, Bappy does focus on the Bailings. But last barely doesn't have enough. soO, he will hold, but he did lose the base, if I recall correctly. Or no, actually saved it. Okay. Barely kept it alive. At the same time, Banshees, they do work up in between the bases. We do have the audience. True, we have audience feed. But yes, if you're asking for casters, I mean, you're hearing them. It's me. We're casting, man. We're casting. What year is it? Yo, we're back. We're back to 2016, Pappy. The future is bright with Legacy of the Void. We have WCS. WCS is going on. We got BlizzCons every year. True. The future is bright. Cohobian. No. But again, INnoVation was able to successfully break he traded well with his army, did not break the third base, so soO is able to hold on to the third base, his fourth base getting up and running. My big concern here is INnoVation. This was a two-base all-in. It was a two-base all-in. The longer this game goes on, the worse it is for INnoVation. He failed to kill the third, and that means that as time goes on, it's going to be more and more difficult for INnoVation. So things looking bleak here. He does catch a couple of Hydras, does catch a couple of Bailings. soO, he cannot engage prematurely. You gotta calm down, back up. Glad we have the good, for sure. For sure. As INnoVation still rallying once again, soO needs to be patient here for the best fight possible. Liberation has arrived. INnoVation, here comes round 2. He wants that expansion. I mean, that hatchery is still very low. It's still low, back. It's still low. Oh, doesn't quite get it. There we go. It does get the expansion. Barely gets the third. Does get the third base. Bearing in mind that soO, he's reclaiming his fourth on the south side. Oh, even catching a tank. Hey, not bad. Yo, the picture-in-picture. We also are monitoring their heart rates. And catching reinforcements. Again, soO still needs a little bit more time to build up more Ling Bane. He needs more time, but the problem is Oliveira's casting. True, true. Oliveira is casting. Shout out to Oliveira. INnoVation slowly pushing forward. Trying to wedge himself in between the natural and the third. I mean, this setup is still terrifying. Like, I am talking about how as time goes on it's getting worse for INnoVation, but he has 4 tanks. 4 tanks, 2 liberators. Engaging into this is not going to be easy for soO. He's going for it. Yeah, he's going for it. The surround is a little bit lopsided, a little bit mistimed, but he comes in from behind. Bailings, they do get some okay connections. Hydra's pushing forward, and he does break through the tanks. Yeah, the tank line is cleaned up. The Liberator is going to go down, and soO, he does hold. Oh, nice. The Marines, the man with gun. It's pretty good. The tanks went down, Liberators went down, but man with gun is still here. No Banelings left. No Banelings remaining, no Lings either. And INnoVation, he will kick things off with a win. Despite being gone for how many years? INnoVation, it's been so long since he competed. Remember, soO only retired last year. Like soO, he's been around for a lot longer, but GG gets called and INnoVation takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. INnoVation does take a lead in the series. Remember, this is a best of 3. Best of 3 show match between INnoVation and soO, and INnoVation starts things off with that 1-0 lead. Happy, just 2 base all in. Just 2 base all in. Also, I do apologize about my microphone. Hold on. Un momento. So I have some technical issues. So I'll cut to break for a moment and try to fix up my microphone. Oh. Un momento. Back. Okay, so hopefully things clear up when it comes to the microphone, but we are mid-series. We're mid-series here between INnoVation and soO, and we're getting ready for game 2. Game 2 is going to be on Tourmaline, another very small map. If INnoVation went for another 2 base all in, I would say it would hit and work even better here on Tourmaline. Oh boy, so we'll see how soO will approach this. We'll see how he will adjust and if he becomes the aggressor instead. Old INnoVation would never show that much emotion. True. INnoVation, that's the thing. Like, once you leave StarCraft, you can start being happy. You can INnoVation, he's unlocked his inner emotions. He's unlocked his smile after retiring from StarCraft. Crazy, Pappy, crazy. See in the chats, anyone know how to remove chat from stream? Chinese chat? I don't think I have Chinese chat on stream, right? As in the bottom left-hand corner, we have INnoVation. Ah, true, the fanfare. And INnoVation. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the red Zerg. It is a soO. soO. Let's go. For Dave Testa, I don't think I'm privy to if he's a part of the confirmed casters, then he should have a link to this. Like, if he's one of the guys that is confirmed to be able to cover this, and then he should have been provided a link for this. I think he is. I think he is. Yeah, yeah. Hold on. I'll send him a message. Send him a message. Provided in the guild Discord. Okay. I sent David a message. Should be good. Should be good. But otherwise, we're going to be settling into game number 2 here. Again, welcome to Tourmaline. Tourmaline is one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Smaller map, shorter rush distance by ground, hyper aggression is favored. I do not expect to see INnoVation macro. As I've mentioned before, it's been years since INnoVation last competed in StarCraft, so for him to go for a 2-base all-in on Ruby Rough makes sense, and a 2-base all-in here would make sense as well, especially after it worked in the last game. Now, personally, especially after what just happened in game 1, I don't expect that to work anywhere near as well, but we'll see as the lings are going to be found. Yo, like the audience was hype, yo. Like, let's go. Lings do get caught out, and we'll keep an eye on the build of choice from INnoVation. Again, last game I wasn't quite able to cover the first half of the game, so unfortunately I wasn't quite too privy to the build of choice, but that is a 3rd CC on the way. So INnoVation, never mind, is going for a more macro build this time. I'm assuming there was no 3rd CC last game. The problem is though that again, this map does favor aggression, and if soO decides to be aggressive himself, then it's going to be a difficult defense for INnoVation now. We'll see, as we have a Surge of Lings on the way, and we'll keep an eye out for a Roach Warren. Very quickly as well, as I wasn't quite able to introduce too well, but this isn't just like a big celebration for the Chinese server, but it's a big offline event. Everyone has been flown over. If you've been following the players on social medias, and they have been posting images at the airports and eating together as well, so everyone has arrived. These are not the only 2 legends there. We have MMA. MMA is also going to be featured, but here we go. We have the initial Link Flood hitting that natural, and where are the Hellions? Where are the Hellions, Pappy? SCV is going to be going down, getting 1, 2, 3, 4 SCVs and a mule. Oh my god. Yeah, some brutal damage so far, and INnoVation unfortunately did miss this move out with his Reaper. He missed the move out, did not evacuate. 8 SCVs go down, and this time soO starts things off with a massive lead. A very comfortable lead here for soO. Now he can drone, now he can saturate, and INnoVation has no counterattack potential because he went for a 3rd CC. Now what does INnoVation have instead? Now I didn't quite get eyes in the main base, but I believe that is a 2nd Rax. Like, he has stim really early. That's really early stim that's on the way. So I'm assuming that there is going to be a 2nd Rax since the 3CC 2-on-1, and he's going for an early stim timing, potentially with Hellbats, as he's still making Hellions. Oh, yo, we're both getting caught with our pants down. INnoVation, his Hellions were not in position to defend. His Reaper missed the move out. At the same time, soO didn't make any defensive Lings. So 8 drones go down. It's a clown fiesta, baby. It's a clown fiesta. Ay, ay, ay. So both players making missteps, both players making mistakes, and both players punishing each other. I would say both players looking quite evenly matched, to be honest. But again, even though soO dealt with that counter damage, as we mentioned, he didn't actually remake any Lings, so he couldn't survive the counterattack, or he couldn't defend the counterattack without losing drones. So some nice damage here by INnoVation, and now the turns do table, but this time INnoVation, he has defensive Hellions, he zones away. We have 2 more Raxes being thrown down. INnoVation's macro did slip. If you recall, I was assuming that he went for a 3CC 2-on-1, but INnoVation's 2nd Rax was late. Not intentionally either. So a little bit, he does slip up here in his macro. Late 2nd Rax, late 3rd Rax, late E-base as well. INnoVation is going to be building up towards that bio timing, but I say timing, nothing's lined up here. Like the time is kind of, it's a little bit wonky when it comes to the build of choice. Stim finishes early, but he can't make use of Stim. He has no starport, so he has no drop play. And because his Raxes are late, his bio army is very small, so he can't really be active either. So it's a little bit of a disjointed build here from INnoVation. But again, it does feel like both players are in a similar place in terms of like their opener. So from here we're building up. I do prefer soO's position just because there isn't really a way for INnoVation to apply any pressure. Yes, he has 4 Hellions, but that's all INnoVation really has, right? His Marines are stuck at home until he gets his medevacs out. So until then, soO is free to drone and get a 4th base. And so far, soO is droning. You could argue that maybe soO is taking up a little bit too quickly. soO did decide to go for the Hydrogen before the Evo Chambers. So even though INnoVation's upgrades are a little bit weirdly timed, so is soO. Like soO, his Evo chambers are late because he went for the early Hydras instead. So interesting choice. We'll see if it pays off. Likewise, the upgrades are going to be late. The Baneling Nest is also very late as well. Late Baneling Nest, late Baneling Speed. Honestly, if INnoVation, if this was like a cleaner, tighter build, if this was a 362 on 1, that 2-on-1 would have hit real hard. Like it would have hit what, like 530 like a minute ago, and what would there have been to defend? Like minimal Lings, no Banelings, minimal Hydras. Like it would have torn through soO. But again, like our players are there kind of calming down, they're settling in, cheering for a link kill. Very good, yeah. Oh, good. As INnoVation, he is being active. He's moving out with his Marines, clearing up the creep. But again, this bio army should have been here 2 minutes ago, right? 2 minutes. So this move out is, again, a little bit late here from INnoVation. soO's able to recover, able to build up. Likewise, as I say and criticize INnoVation for his kind of lopsided build and for being late, at the same time, soO's 4th base is also very late as well. Like, to be honest, soO could have thrown down his 4th base quite some time ago, also around 2 minutes. So soO has a late 4th base, which means late saturation as well, as we're getting into the mid game. Yo, meanwhile, big shout to Falcon Powder in the chat. God, my God, thank you so much. Oh no! Ooh, as a matter of fact, barely gets away. But thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session, if not cast as well. Hope you had a great time. And welcome one and all to the Thunderfire StarCraft All-Star Invitational. Welcome to the big celebration for the Chinese server. The Chinese server has returned to StarCraft 2. Originally, this event was scheduled for last year, November. It was postponed. It was rescheduled to now to 2026. January. Of course, still to celebrate. It is an offline event, of course, still to celebrate the return of the Chinese server and the Chinese scene. And there's more Chinese StarCraft to come. Not just this, but the Rongyi Cup, alongside Kung Fu Cups, and rumors that potentially, if we want some hopium, WTL. That's some solid hopium, of course. I don't think there's any real confirmation of WTL, but maybe. I think it's something that we would all love. For now, though, INnoVation does lead the series 1-0 after going for a 2-base all-in, but here both players have been stumbling their way into a more macro game. Bailings, they roll it in, but they shouldn't get any economic damage. They break down the front door. At the same time, INnoVation going for his own double drop, but there is a Lingbane Hydra to defend, and soO is keeping up. As we're keeping up, as we're maxing out, we'll see if soO does decide to tech. So far, we've yet to really see any kind of major Hive tech upgrades, still just on Lair tech Lingbane Hydra. Still more in the defense. Does catch out the Hellbats at least. Oh, and INnoVation, a big supply block. After losing all those depots, he was late to replace. Or I say late to replace. I mean, that is supply block. So heavy supply block there for INnoVation. soO is maxed out. Now we see an Infestation Pit. I mentioned this earlier, how soO's 4th base was late. Here, the Infestation Pit is late, right? We could have thrown this down before max to be able to tech up and look to refine the army. So late tech here by soO, which is helping INnoVation recover, right? It's helping him hold his own. Oh no! Ooh, as he doesn't quite take notice. Yeah, massive alien connections. At the same time, INnoVation does siege up. No blinding clouds. No, again, no Hive tech. Yeah, no Hive tech is here. The Hydra's getting caught out as well, and soO rough engage, running into 5 tanks. But again, we spoke about it. soO, his Infestation Pit was late, so his Hive is late, so his Vipers are late. Without Vipers dealing with these tanks, it's going to be difficult. As INnoVation does push forward, spreading out his tanks. Nice spread here by INnoVation. At the same time, soO trying to get into the mineral line this time, but INnoVation does react. Let's go. He pulls away, Pappy. He pulls away. A nice reaction by INnoVation. Nice reactions of dropping on the top side. Oh, the tanks are exposed though. tanks are somewhat exposed, but nah, there's plenty of Marines left over here, and INnoVation, he's done it. At this point, he has done it. He has broken the back of soO. soO, he bled out most of his Ling Bane. He's got a couple of Hydras remaining. INnoVation's main army is still looking terrifying, and we spoke about it. No Vipers, no Hive tech. There's still no Hive. The infestation bit was done, it was late, and no Hive was ever built. So purely with Lair Tech, Ling Bane, Hydra, he's just being outscaled. soO's just being outscaled here. INnoVation's getting 3/3 upgrades. INnoVation, he still has that supply lead. He still has momentum within range of the hatchery now. soO trying to collapse in. Oh, the unsiege though. Uh-oh. INnoVation caught unsieged. That's maybe the best fight that soO could hope for. It's still not good enough. Like soO, he got what, 2-3 tanks for free? Again, best case scenario for soO, but he will still lose the expansion. As INnoVation, he unsieged too much too quickly. But the rally here is too much. Yeah, he can stim and he can win. He remembers, Pappy, he remembers. As INnoVation, he does push forward here. soO just does not have enough. Again, the tech was late. The macro was left much to be desired here. GG gets called, and INnoVation, he will break through, he will overwhelm, and take the series 2-0. GG. SD, not bad. Aye, aye, aye. But GG, well, oh, there we go. GG, well played. Congratulations, INnoVation. He does claim the series. He will win his show match. My condolences to soO, as again, I was expecting a little bit more here just because soO was competing recently. Remember, he was on the Freaks earlier, on Freaker Freaks. He was competing, I want to say last year, right? It was last year that Panda Bear Me released the documentary on soO. And it was only last year that he officially retired. Obviously, he wasn't playing full-time last year, but still, like, he was very much so an active player and did have some good results. So, yeah, to see him, so I say last year, it was end of 2024. Jesus. So, technically, a bit over a year ago that soO retired. So, yeah, very impressive play, very well done here by INnoVation to claim the series. My condolences to soO as he does bow out, and I don't think we'll be seeing more of him in this event. We'll see, but from my understanding, when it comes to the show matches, I don't think they've done anything too fancy with them. I think they've organized like oh no, actually, let me just double check. Yeah, I think they've just organized like single matches. Honestly, like they could have some fun with it. 2v2s, FFAs, Archon mode, SC evolution. Like I feel like it's a bit of a shame if it's like, yo, big return events for the Chinese server. We got INnoVation for 1 best of 3. We got soO for 1 best of 3. We got MMA for 1 best of 3. We got Oliveira for, I mean, Oliveira's also casting, so they're getting more out of Oliveira, but it feels like a little bit of a waste. Like if we have these you know, legendary players from years gone by, it would be nice if we could feature them a little bit more. Obviously they're not the main focus of the tournament, but and they're just here for show matches, but it would be nice if we got a little bit more out of this, like fun show matches. I mean, like whether it's an FFA, whether it's a 2v2, whether it's Archon, whether it's SC Evo. You know, it's not every day that we get to see INnoVation or MMA or Oliveira play, right? So it would be nice. But regardless, congratulations to INnoVation. Congratulations. Is the bracket official yet? Yes. Exclamation mark. Be in the chat to have a link to the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live. It has been live for quite some time. And we'll be going over it after the winner's interview, which I don't think will be in English. It'll be in Korean, then translated to Chinese. If there's any Chinese or Korean speakers in the chat, then we would love some translations in regards to the interview. We would appreciate it. We would appreciate it. Otherwise, we'll do our best to interpret what they're saying based on body language and tone.
Hello， 各位现场的观众朋友们，欢迎回来。那么我们的赛事环节也是马上要开始了。先问一下大家，此地是虎牢关还是白门楼？好的，那我们也是先采访一下INnoVation选手，恭喜获得了胜利。那我们看到你刚刚的比赛里面，你的火车女妖操作非常的犀利，上来就先击杀了对面几十个农民啊！想问一下，复健了多久，操作这么顺畅？
첫 경기에서 화염차랑 벤시가 일꾼을 많이 틀었는데 혹시 이번 대회 준비하면서 준비 기간이 어느 정도 되는지요?
It's like INnoVation. How much did you practice for the
준비
match?
기간은
It's like I played this morning.
손 푸는 정도로 했고
Ah.
그냥 즉흥적으로 판단해서 플레이한 것 같습니다.
这准备的话，其实就是在家里做了一些热身的准备，然后现场的发挥的话，其实按照情况去做即兴发挥。
那我们其实看到你的女妖2次切入，然后多线的配合，非常的精湛啊！想问一下，是根据地图来制定的战术吗？
이번 벤시 플레이가 되게 독보적이었는데.
But I'm sure he's being asked about, you know, returning to StarCraft in a way and how it feels playing on the stage again.
네, 맞아요.
是的，是按照地图准备的。
赛前的准备很充分。那其实，在我们的中国有很多观众都是你的粉丝，都是看着你的比赛长大的。这一次来到中国线下，有什么话想对一直以来支持和喜欢你的中国粉丝们说吗？
현장에 지금 이진호 선수를.
Speaking of innovation, the invitation is in the chat. Esteyaco. The imitation
제
himself.
팬이 이제 없을 거라고 생각했는데 아직도 많은 분들이 저를 보러 와주셨다고 해가지고 감사하고 또 이런 기회가 있으면 또 뵐 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
我没有想到还有这么多粉丝来喜欢我、支持我，然后练到现场非常开心。希望下次有机会可以在线下再跟大家一起见面。
哇，让我们再来一点欢呼声，送给我们的 INnoVation， 让他感受一下中国粉丝们的热情。 好的，那我们这边也想采访一下苏选手。那其实，在刚刚的比赛里面，虽然前期有被骚扰到杀了很多的农民，但是你的正面一直打的还是比较五五开的，你的运营非常好。其实，在之前的很多比赛，你就是一个运营基本功非常好的选手。有没有能给我们星际玩家们分享一下这个运营基本功的练习小诀窍呢？
초반에 일꾼을 많이 털렸는데 그래도 운영으로 어느 정도 계속 잘 플레이를 하셨는데 옛날부터 기초가 엄청 탄탄한 그런 선수, 운영 기반인 선수라고 평가를 하는데 혹시 팬들한테 운영적인 그런 팁 같은 거 공유해 줄 수 있을까요?
저그는 그냥 딴 거 필요 없습니다. 드론 잘 누르면 됩니다. 일꾼. 네.
重组的话，其实没有什么特别的，只要注意好你的那个农民就可以。
虽然说是注意好农民，但是自己也不小心被击杀了很多农民啊。那其实你跟 INnoVation 是很多场比赛的老对手了，你觉得你跟他是宿命的对决吗？
지금 이진영 선수랑 많이 대회를 했는데 이런 만남이 약간 운명적인 만남이라고 생각하세요?
제가 전생에 뭐 신영이한테 잘못을 했나 봐요. 오늘도 좀 지게 돼서 안타깝네요.
可能我上辈子有做对不起 INnoVation 的事情吧，今天现场打得不是很好。
其实现场的发挥也是非常好，我们的观众朋友们给他一点掌声鼓励好吗？好，有没有听到现场就是观众们对你的欢呼？那也是有很多很多喜欢你的粉丝来到现场看你，有什么话想对他们说吗？
현장에 많은 팬들이 오셨는데 팬분들한테 한마디 해주세요.
여전히 이렇게 팬분들이 많다는 거에 굉장히 감사하고 앞으로 스타2 많이 응원해 주시고 저도 신영이도 많이 응원해 주시기 바랍니다.
非常感谢现场来到这么多粉丝，希望大家一起支持《星际争霸2》这款游戏，我和 INnoVation 也会一直支持下去的。
哇，让我们的《星际争霸2》变得更好！非常感谢两位选手给我们带来的传奇对决。那接下来的话，我们这边也有一个特殊的奖牌要送给他们，我们为他准备了纪念品，是我们的传奇选手奖牌，有请我们工作人员送上来。
Yo, he gets like a medal? What's going on? Award ceremony?
好的，我们一起向镜头合影留念，展示一下我们传奇选手们的传奇奖牌。
Let's go. It's got the race logo.
希望我们的传奇选手们这一次的中国杭州线下之旅可以玩得开心。
Legend
我们
medal.
的精彩比赛还在继续，让我们休息一下，一会儿回来。
The legends, Fabi, the legends. There with that GG, well played. Congratulations on INnoVation for claiming the series. Once again, I do feel like it was Jesus. I do feel like it was a little bit apparent that both players were a little bit rough around the edges when it comes to their play, but that's kind of what we expect. It's been years since they've competed, or at least INnoVation. It's been many, many years since he's competed. soO, it's been, you know, just over a year since he last retired. But we're now getting ready for the second show match. Again, congrats to INnoVation, but we have one more show match for you today. It is going to be a best of 3 between SOS and Scarlet. These two players are not as retired as INnoVation and soO. I'll say that SOS and Scarlet, they're more like part-time players. They don't compete or commit as much as they used to in the past, but they're still active, right? They're still relatively active. I would say that they're relatively close in skill, so it's going to be a very fun show match between the two players. I'm sure right now they're just going to be getting ready. They're going to be setting up on stage, and once they're ready, we will be featuring that PvZ between SOS and Scarlet. Bearing in mind that after that show match, the main event will begin, and if you're curious who's going to be a part of the main event, the best players in the world, just straight up, the best players in the world are going to be there. When we look at the Zerg players, we have the top 3 Zergs. We have Serral, Solar, and Raynor. They are straight up the top 3 Zerg players. We have the top 2 Protosses, that's Hero and Classic, and we have the top 3 Terran with Maru, Clem, and Cure. So we have literally the best Terran, Protoss, and Zerg players in the world in this tournament. So it's going to be crazy. It's going to be wild. I think I saw someone in the chat earlier saying like, oh, there's some good Zerg players here. Must be seeding. Remember, this is an invitational. It was not like a qualifier tournament or anything like that. But despite it being an invitational, like, I would agree with these standings. So I would say that these are straight up the best players in the world in StarCraft. And as you can see, wait, what? We have the schedule. Serral versus Hero in 10 minutes. Wait, what? Oh wait, no, there we go. Sorry, for some reason I thought the top match said something different. But as you can see, there's the schedule. We have SOS versus Scarlet. That's the next Legend show match. And then, oh wait, no, sorry. Are we starting the main event? Oh, okay. So SOS versus Scarlet is not next. As you can see here, SOS versus Scarlet is actually going to be like a break in between the main event. So it's going to be Serral versus Hero. So the main event begins in 10 minutes time with Serral versus Hero, and then Cure versus Solar. And then we're going to have like an intermission, kind of like a break fun show match with SOS and Scarlet before the next set of main event matches. So instead of let me just see. Instead of frontlining with the show matches, we're going to be using the show matches as like breaks to like break up the main event broadcast. Interesting choice. I would say that I feel like we're all used to seeing just the show matches in the beginning, but here they're spreading out the show matches, which I appreciate. I appreciate that they're doing it a little bit differently here. But regardless, we're going to be cutting to a break. We'll be back in 9 minutes time with the next series with Serral versus Hero. The main event is about to begin. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We'll see you soon, baby. We'll see you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Thunderfire All-Star Invitational 2025 day number 1. We just wrapped up with a fun show match between INnoVation and soO, but now we have the big dogs. Now we have the main event. Now we have the best players in the world facing off against each other. We have players like Rainer, Solar, Clem, Maru, Hero, Classic, and as you can see here, Serral. Let's go. Let's go, let's go.
送给 Serral。
Again, for those that are just tuning in for the first time, this is, of course, a big celebration event for the return of the Chinese server. It's a big offline event happening in China. And what a first round match. This is wild, by the way. Like, the seeding here is crazy. We have the best Protoss in the world, Hero, going up against the best Zerg in the world in the first round. That is crazy. Who seeded this bracket? Who seeded that bracket? Oh, no. That's the first. It's a first round match.
两位选手呢，我们也是上前一步进行一个简单的采访，也是有请我们的翻译工作人员来到我们的舞台上。那也是同一个问题，想问一下两位选手，对于这个版本虫族跟神族的优劣有什么自己的看法吗
So on this match, in the ZVP matchup, what advantages does Zerg have in your opinion?
I think Serral has some advantages in the mid game, especially when the eco gets good, we get to tier 3. That's when Zerg's the best, I think. But besides that, I think the advantages are on process favor.
Ah. I think everyone's laughing at just Serral being cheeky after he said that.
Serral 觉得虫族在中期是有优势的啊，当然在前期和后期，他觉得神族是有点优势。
那我们想问一下，这个神族选手 Hero 是怎么认为的呢？
이번 메타에서 혹시 프로토스 대 저그전 어떻게
Once again, if anyone knows Chinese or Korean in the chat, we would appreciate some
잘하는
translations.
사람이 이긴다고 생각합니다.
我觉得这个版本就是实力够强就可以赢。
哦，没有最强的种族，只有最强的选手。那我们想问一下 Serral， 其实你是目前 ZVP 最强的一个选手，那小 Hero 他恰好是一个 PVZ 非常非常强的选手。你觉得今天的对决你有信心吗
So Serral, everyone knows that you're the best player in ZVP matchup, and also Hero is quite good in PVZ. Do you have the confidence in this match?
I have a lot of confidence against Hero, of course, but at the same time, I think he's one of the more dangerous players, and I have very close matches with him, so it's gonna be scary, but my confidence is high.
I think I'd agree.
对
I mean, again,
Hero 我是很有信心的，不过 Hero
I just mentioned that Hero is, I would say, the best Protoss player in the world right now. So
非常接近的对局啊。
he's
然后今天我是觉得我
he's one of the bigger threats to
那我
Serral,
们也想问一
but
下 Hero， 因为查了一下去年你跟 Serral 的一个交手，3比1
Serral doesn't have he doesn't have many threats, is what I will say.
多赢了你几场，今天有没有信心在中国杭州的舞台上复仇 Serral？
작년 대전 봤을 때 그 세라 선수랑 상대 성적이 무승부 3번, 한 경기는 졌는데 올해 첫 경기로서 어떻게 생각하세요?
일단은 지난 경기들보다 이번에 세랄 선수에 대해서 좀 더 공부를 많이 했다고 생각하고 좀 더 해볼 만하지 않나 싶습니다.
之前的比赛的话，我也有研究过塞尔选手，所以今天的比赛我觉得还是有信心。
哇，已经准备充分了，那感觉两边选手对于这场比赛都是势在必得。那接下来就把画面交给我们最专业的解说席。
take it away, baby, take it away. But thank you so much in the chat, in the YouTube chat, for the donation, for the tip. Love to SC2, please, new game SC3. Thank you so much for the donation. I hope you enjoy the broadcast. Hope you enjoy the StarCat that we have ahead of us here as we get ready for the beginning of the main event. Once again, we just wrapped up with INnoVation versus soO, but that was more of a fun show match. Now it is time for the main event itself. We have Serral, the best Zerg player in the world, and we have Hero, the best Protoss, facing off in the quarterfinals. When it comes to the when it comes to the actual bracket itself, I don't think they showed it on graphic, which is kind of weird. I would expect them to. So very quickly I might be able to show it off here. Bam, there we go. Okay, so again, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is here before you as, oh, never mind. We're showing it off. We have the players. Here are the players: Serral, Hero, Cure, Solar, Classic, Clem, Rainer, and Maru. They should be showing the bracket here soon. I would hope so. But we have a top 8. We have a round of 8 single elimination bracket. That's the other brutal thing here. Single lim. Right, single elimination, not double elimination, so one shot is all you have. Potentially, we're only going to be seeing Hero or Serral for a single series here tonight. Meanwhile, we do have the prize pool breakdown. Again, I believe it is 21,000. Sorry, 50K, 50,000 USD as the prize pool for this tournament. And here we have the breakdown for first place, second, third, fourth, and of course 5th to 8th. All players will be walking away with some prize money, and there it is. There is the bracket. Let's zoom in a little bit here and have a look at the bracket ourselves. So we have Serral versus Hero in the first round in the quarterfinals, followed by Cure versus Solar, Classic versus Clem, Rainer versus Maru. Who seeded this bracket? Like, a couple of things. Serral and Hero, that is a brutal first round match. Classic and Clem is also brutal. I would say that Classic has the best PV Clem in the world. Like, I would say that Classic's versus Clem is better than Max and better than Hero as well. Like, Classic, I would say that he is one of the biggest threats to Clem in that matchup. I would say that Hero is a bigger threat to Serral in PvZ more so than Classic. Like, each player has their own style, they have their own strengths and weaknesses. I'll say that Hero has stronger PvZ than Classic. I'll say that Classic arguably has stronger PvT than Hero, for example. So to face off against Clem in the first round, that is brutal. I can see a world where Clem goes down in the first round, which is a shame because, I mean, depending on the seeding, I could have seen Clem winning the entire tournament. We'll get there. And then we have Rainer versus Maru, which is going to be a rematch to the I'm gonna set it SEL to RSL. If you remember RSL last month in December, we did feature Rainer versus Maru, and Maru did defeat Rainer in that tournament. Oh. Wait, did he? RSL offline events. Let's see. Offline finals. I remember Rainer, he played against Maru. No, sorry. Rainer beat Maru. True. Rainer did defeat Maru in RSL 4-2 in a best of 7. 4-2. Oh. So that is going to be an RSL rematch. True. But again, I feel like it's also a really brutal first round match. I mean, I say brutal first round match, but I mean, that's just the caliber of players that we have. I would say that Cure versus Soul is maybe the lowest profile match. And I personally, if I had control of the seeding of this tournament, I would have split off Cure and Solar to face off against some of the other players instead in the first round. So it's an interesting kind of setup that they've concocted. How many ace matches do we predict in the tournament, like out of the show matches? Out of the show matches specifically, or this? Because this is not a show match. Like, this is the main bracket, right? This is the main event. If you're referring to like SOS and Scarlet and Oliveira and DRG, like, it's hard to say. This. Oh, you mean the main event, the main tournament? It's. I don't know if I'm the best judge of character at the moment, because I mean, you would know that here on the CranKy Ducklings we've been MIA for the past week, and a lot happens in a week, right? There's just so many tournaments and so much StarCraft. So I don't know if I can with confidence kind of like say who's in form. I would say if this was 2 weeks ago, I don't know if there would be many ace matches, to be honest. But yeah, like I think my opinion, my perspective would have shifted if we were active this past week. We'll see. I mean, ideally we get a lot of ace matches for sure. Ideally. It comes down to how the meta has shifted, especially this week. Like, especially because I would say the meta and the map pool is still relatively new and fresh, and players have been adjusting, especially in PBT, for example, but even in these other matchups as well. So that's also why I'm bringing up the fact that I haven't been casting much StarCraft this week, just because I would say that like certain styles would have changed, certain approaches as well. We'll get into it, into PBT. I mean, you know, you wouldn't have seen much Serral last week, but we would have seen a lot of Hero, right? This is why coming into like big major events like this, if you cast on a regular basis like we do when it comes to like Picture Cup, Wardy TV Monday, Sparkling Tuna Cup, you get a really good idea of the form and shape of Clem, Classic, Hero as well, Solar and Cure. All those players that I just mentioned, you'd have a really good idea of how they approach matchups, and that's also why it's pretty easy whenever we cast like EWC or something to like call what the meta is, how players are playing, and kind of predicting what builds they go for. I think you would recognize that whenever we do like co-streaming, for example, for those events, just because very often like the other casters don't cast the weeklies and they don't follow StarCraft on a regular basis. You're correct in saying that like Serral, Reina, and Maru are less active, so there's less information about them. But for the others, there's plenty of information, and you can get a good like idea and a good read of how they would approach certain maps and certain games. But now then, we're getting ready. Players are getting ready. Looks like maybe Hero has some tech issues. I'm still getting used to Serral's new haircut. I don't know if you noticed, but it does look like Serral got a haircut relatively recently. Maybe I'm crazy. Like he's shorter on the sides. Hopefully it's not too cold. I can see they have their heat packs. Their heat packs, man. I'm loving the stadium. I'm loving the arena. Like they've got the LED floors. It's very. I mean, I would argue that like this arena, this stage is better than EWC for StarCraft, 100%. Like this is a little more custom, a lot of work has been put into this. This is not, obviously this still pales in comparison to the BlizzCon like 100 projector stage that they had for sure, but this might be a close second, to be honest. Like the floor adds a lot to the atmosphere. The floor, the entrances, it's pretty sick. Yo, we got the Vetoes. Serral, Vetoes, Shadow Citadel, and Celestial Enclave. Those are two of the larger maps. Oh, I missed the other Vetoes. Let's go. %, it is better. Yeah, it is better than the EWC stage, which is a shame, but I mean, it's sick for what we have here. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the Finnish Zerg player for Basilisk. It is Serral.
Serral.
And spawning in the bottom right hand corner. Hopefully we don't get a pause. We do have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss for T1. It looks like there was an issue. It's Hero. As we're gonna have to redo those intros. But it looks like there was a bit of an issue. Yo, Serral up 1-0. Sorry. But it's all good. Again, it takes time to, you know, get your settings going, and especially considering that this is the Chinese client and the Chinese server, you know, sometimes there's an issue with the hotkeys transferring. So just making sure that the hotkeys are set up, making sure that the settings are correct, the refresh rates, DPI, mouse sensitivity, all that good stuff. Trophy looks cool. Yeah, it's a sick trophy. Sick trophy. Also, for those that are tuning in for the first time, this is a two-day event. Two-day events. We have day 1 here on Saturday. We have day 2 on Sunday. So 2 days of StarCraft. It's going to be a long event as well, lasting the entirety of the day, most likely. I say entire day, I mean entire afternoon for us here in Australia. It's going to be a very busy week, very, very busy, because we have Thunderfire this afternoon, which we're covering now, and we have the thermal tournament. The thermal 2v2 circuit is later on tonight. So your thermal circuit is tonight, and tomorrow we have Thunderfire into Sparkling Tuna Cup. Very, very busy. Actually, did we reschedule Tuna Cup? We'll have to wait and see. We might have to reschedule. Which wouldn't be too good. I'm also looking after my bunnies, of course, as well. I take a lot of attention, take a lot of care. Basically, every break that we're having, I'm going over to them. Make sure they're okay. Bunny fan bias on the CranKy Ducklings? True, true. Big fans of Bunny. The Danish player. Anyone remember God, Gfinity? Did he win a Gfinity? Was that it? Was like I remember he won one tournament. Like one big premier event like that. I think it was a Gfinity. Hold on. How good is my memory? Let's see. Bunny. I'm looking him up on Wikipedia. Bunny, was it Gfinity? It was, y'all, like, we just know StarCraft. What is it, Korean Terran? No, I'm referring to the Danish Terran. Look at that. Look at that. It looks like we have some downside. God, just off the dome. Gotta show it off. Look at that. Gfinity, this is 27, sorry, when was this? 2014, Gfinity 2014, bam, a Danish Terran player Bunny. He beat Hyun 4-2 in the finals. Oh my god, he beat Snoot as well. God, how do we remember this? How do we... That was back when I was watching all things StarCraft. 2013, 2014, I was watching everything. But it looks like technical issues have been resolved and we are getting into our series. Hopefully without any issues this time. So here you go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we do have Serral, the Finnish Zerg player for Basilisk.
Serral.
Hey. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of the South Korean Protoss player, we have the red Protoss for T1. It is a Hero.
Hero.
Let's go. Let us go. Welcome one and all to the main event. Here we're in the quarterfinals, the round of 8 of this single elimination bracket here, and it is going to be a best of 5 quarterfinals match. If you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series, on who you believe will make it through into the semis. And again, this is a brutal first round match. We have Serral and we have Hero, the best Zerg players, not arguably the best Protoss player in the world. And coming into this, I do have to lean towards Serral here, but a lot of it will come down to the maps of choice. Unfortunately, I didn't quite see the vetoes. I did notice that Serral did veto 2 large maps, Title Citadel and Celestial Enclave, that's it. So Serral, he vetoed some of the larger maps of the map pool, some of the more defensive maps he got rid of, so we expect to see Serral be more aggressive instead, is what we're expecting. So far the openers are standard, Hashcat's pool out of Serral, Hero opening up Gate Expand as well. Very quickly here, the map order is going to be Winter Madness into Ruby Rock, White Rabbit, 10,000 Feet, and the Old Republic. Okay, interesting setup here. We'll see how our players will approach this. Again, Winter Madness, I would say, is one of the more defensive maps in the map pool. It's a very large map as well. So getting into a longer macro game is going to be the ideal for a player like Hero. He is going to want to try to take up, but ooh, interesting placement with the pylon. Shout out for the observer for pointing it out. But yes, that pylon is throwing down behind the mineral line, so there's a higher chance we had something going for a forge. Okay. Very fast forge, very fast +1. Cheeky build out of here. It looks like an early timing, looks like a 2-base all-in. Now, typically this coincides with charge. Usually you go Twilight Council into charge, and charge is lined up with +1 for a +1 charge-based all-in. That is what we're expecting here, but we'll keep an eye on Hero. We'll see if he does take another twist and another turn. But this is really unexpected. I do like this on Winter Madness. I did just mention that this map is known for more longer macro games, and this is the map where Hero decides to mix things up and spice it up back. Let's go. +1 has begun. Again, we should be seeing a Twilight Council soon. I'll be surprised if this is going to be based, like, if this is going to be without any upgrades, but there it is. Twilight Council is on the way. And again, these upgrades should be lined up. The Overlord is making its way in. The Stalker out of position. Yeah, Stalker is a bit out of position, but the Overlord does not commit in for the scouts. And Hero will chase it down. So the scout is going to be denied. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Silly Dobby in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 12 months. 1 year of support as the Overlord gets away. No shot back. No shot. Oh. As things are going to be deflected. There is charge. As we mentioned earlier, again, early forge typically means it is going to be a charge base all in. If I'm not mistaken, I believe this third base should be a fake out, and we should be seeing an influx of gateways. But this is going to hit hard, it's going to hit fast, and Serral has still yet to confirm that something odd is going on. Meanwhile, seeing the YouTube chat, what is the CranKy Ducklings? YouTube chat is dead. Our YouTube chat, or sorry, our YouTube channel is usually where we get a lot of viewership, but usually on VODs. But regardless, the CranKy Ducklings, we've been casting StarCraft on a daily basis for 5+ years at this point. We cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there, more than Wardy, more than Steadfast, more than anyone else. But this past week, we have had some time off. Unfortunately, some things have happened IRL, so we have been casting a little bit less over the past week, so I do apologize for that, but otherwise, we're usually casting all the time. So plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft. Do check out the channel. Otherwise, we do have the Robo, we have the Templar Archives on the way, building up into Archon production to help support the army. Oh, nice pick up here from Serral. Nice around, gets one, gets two. Yeah, both reps go down. And Serral now realizes something is going on. Roach production has begun. Now, what is Serral seeing here? It's about what he's not seeing. No Oracle, right? Even though Serral didn't get into the main, I mean, now is over what it is, but he recognized there was no Stargate, there was no Oracle. Now he's, of course, confirmed the Robo and the Temple Archives, and Hero, he failed to deny the scouts. That's why Serral is making roaches. He knows that something is coming his way, and Hero was unable to stop that from happening. So really rough positioning for Hero. Has Ingze poke in once again, and no shield battery to defend. No battery. Hero, he attempts to move out. Serral is still droning up back at home, which is a little bit greedy. It's a little bit greedy, but Hero is also probing. And it's possible that Hero, he's recognized that he's missed his timing. He may have missed it. As Hero is setting up for an Archon drop, no Zealot weapons yet. And yeah, here he's only harassing. Oof. So any kind of +1 timing that Hero was hoping to hit, it's come and gone. At this point, it's come and gone. Here he understands that Serral has had plenty of time to build up roaches. So Hero, he will macro from here. Oh, I say that. Does warp in a wave of Zealots. 6 Zealots warp in. Let's see what Hero can get done. Does get on top of one of the queens. But again, plenty of roaches. Serral should be able to hold on. He shouldn't snipe any of the Archons. Nice pick up there by Hero. Hero does lift, drop us into the main base. And again, Hero just trying to harass, just poking in. Gets 4 drone kills. Do we get 5? Not quite. So 4 drones for 6 Zealots. Again, not the best trade for Hero. Does get a stray Roach. We can see Serral taking up into Roach Hydra. Meanwhile, Hero, he's got Storm on the way. And again, I don't really think Hero intends... Oh no, he lost an Archon. That should not have happened. Miscontrol out of Hero. He will lose an Archon. There's 1 Archon left. Hero, he is vulnerable. You can see behind this, Hero is yet to expand. No 4th base. I don't think Hero intends to expand from here. I think he intends to just double down on 3 bases. So they'll run into the natural. Nice control here by Serral. It does. Mineral Walk does save the queens. Roach is a race back home to defend, and we're getting a handful of drone kills. Does he get the queen? Up, he does. Queen goes down. Oh, 12 drone. Jesus, I knew it was. I knew workers went down, but not that many. 12 drone kills. Very nice by Hero. Okay. It's a nice amount of economic damage. At the same time, Hero, he will now expand behind this. I mean, after killing 12 workers, this does give Hero more breathing room to actually start to tech up. He's still not quite there yet. He's heavily reliant on Storm to protect his army. It's still a very fragile composition is what I will say. Like this Zealot Archon Storm setup that Hero has. He has to buy time to get potentially a second Robo to tech up a little bit further. Now it's being active. Bold move. Hero distracting with the main army. Prism into the natural, but queens are in position. So he defends his natural. Roach is a poke in. Oh. And they're getting on top of the High Templar. At least trying to Again, the Storms are decent to zone. And we have more Zealots into the natural. Okay, the Zealots, he's getting in. And Serral's being pulled apart. He's being pulled apart here. More drones are falling. The hatchery's going to go down as well. Serral cannot keep up. GG gets called. And Hero, he takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Again, very impressive play there by Hero. It was still very close. We saw that Serral, he was taking up. Serral, he had lurkers on the horizon, and if given more time, Serral could defend. But in that moment, in those last couple of moments there, we saw that Serral, he was unable to split off his army. He was hyper fixated on the main forces of Hero, and Hero did have enough High Templar to zone. He was doing a great job at zoning back the Roaches, zoning back the zoning back the Hydras, keeping Serral busy, while those Zealots just tore him apart. They tore him apart, and GG. GG, well played. Hero takes lead. Oh, hold on. Hero, bam, there we go. Hero takes the lead in the series, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Now, bearing in mind, this is going to be a best of 5 matchup here. And again, it was a really awkward build out of Hero. Winding it back, Hero, remember, he went Forge first. He went Forge first into a Twilight Council, into an early +1 charge timing, which he missed, right? He missed the timing. He wasn't able to achieve anything with it. He was able to get a couple of worker kills, but where he finally found some damage was with the Archon, with the Zealot, with the first Zealot run by in the natural. The first Zealot run by. It happened when we were picture-in-picture, when we were looking at the POV of Serral, but he lost 12 drones. It was in that moment where he lost 12 workers, where it was like, oh, like Hero, he now can expand, he can now get a 4th base, he can now start to be active, and hey, he pulled it off. I was concerned about Hero macroing into a longer game just because Serral was getting ready for Lurker Tech, and Hero wasn't quite getting ready for like Colossus or Skytoss, but no, he was aggressive enough, and he broke through. So GG. GG, well played. And now we're going to be loading into one of the smaller maps of the map pool, loading into Ruby Rock. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg for Basilisk. It is Serral.
Serral.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss for Team T1. It is Hero.
Hero.
Let's go. Again, Hero does take a lead in the series, but remember, this is a best of 5, and welcome to Ruby Rock. As I mentioned before, much smaller map in the map pool, shorter rushes, spike round. The chances of someone like Serral, for example, being in that same situation and droning up too hard and being too economic focused and too tech heavy is very low, just because you expect to see your opponent be in your face, and also Serral has the opportunity to be aggressive himself. Meanwhile, Hero just being as annoying as possible, forcing some inefficient mining in the main base of Serral. Is being annoying. Serral does open up hatch pool gas. And we're expecting something different from Hero. We're expecting something aggressive, but I wouldn't really expect to see another Forge first. I wouldn't expect to see those faster upgrades. We're expecting something different. Now, if you recall in the past, we have seen Hero excel against Serral with builds involving Glaive Adepts. So we could see Glaives incorporated in some way. Hero has been fond of DT-based openers where he does not follow up with Archon drops, where he just commits into Dark Templar. We've seen Stargate openers into multiple Oracles. Meanwhile, does he get the drone? Oh my god! Calm down, Hero. Calm down. Este Hero. So he pulls away. And this time is Stargate. So Stargate open out of Hero. Important to take note of, just because last game there was no Stargate at all. So far a more standard opener. Except here it did open up with the early Stalker, which is not normal. So the early Stalker is designed to hunt down the Overlord. As you can see, the Overlord is shoot away, and this makes it difficult for Serral to scout. It also makes it look like something more sinister is occurring. As you just mentioned, Hero is going for a standard opener, but Serral doesn't know that. As that wall is very vulnerable, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's what the Chinese commentators are discussing. Yeah, they're discussing it here. So typically you do not have the pylon as a part of a wall, so that pylon was misplaced from Hero. Like, it was a misplaced pylon. It's a bit of an awkward setup and an awkward wall off, but Hero, he's kind of like Frankensteining it all together. Classic Hero wall off, which is inefficient, doesn't make sense, but still wins the game anyway. True, true. Este Hero. Meanwhile, the Overlord is going to be hunted down, but at least Serral does confirm the Oracle. So where's the Oracle? Hero claiming his third. And Hero is going for his own setup here. So Twilight Council into Forge. This is a little bit earlier here just because the base is not even halfway done. So we'll see if Hero does decide to go for charge again. We'll see if he goes into charge or blink. So now Hero's poking in. Serral's playing it safe, going for the earlier Roach Warren. Playing it safe. No +1 melee for Serral. And yep, there it is, charge. Again, the reason why we assumed that Hero was going to charge is because that was an earlier Twilight Council, an earlier kind of tech setup here than is normal. If it was a little bit later, more indicative of blink. So typically with these early charge builds, the goal for Hero is that he's hoping that Serral doesn't play it safe. If Serral skipped his Roach Warren, if he went for an Evo Chamber into +1 melee into Ling Hydra, then Serral could just die. He could just topple over. But even here, Serral drones up too hard. If he doesn't make Roaches in time, then Hero can catch him with his pants down. Like, this is not normal. This is not a standard build from Hero. Not standard. So Serral has to be as active as possible to spot the move out. So you have a massive gateway explosion. Temple Archives on the way to morph into Archons. Prism is spotted. Serral is at least making Zerglings. Oh! Catching out one of the Archons. Sorry, one of the Oracles. Not bad. Let's catch out an Oracle. Yep, Warping gets spotted. Here come the two Archons. Ooh, and Serral, can he snipe these Archons? Ah, not quite. It doesn't quite get them. The service area is not there. Ooh, Serral going for Pneumatized Carapace. Okay, going for Dropper Lords. Setting up for the German taxi. As Hero is still warping in, ensuring he doesn't get supply blocked. We have 3 more pylons on the way. Here come the Zealots. Here comes the first wave. Ooh, catches the Queens. Yeah, Queens are getting caught out. Nice Figos out of Hero getting 3 Queens. Jesus. And 3 Queens, 4 Queens, and 5. Oh my god. 5 Queens go down. That's insane. And he's not done. The Roaches are out of position, and Serral cannot keep up. Yeah, he cannot keep up, not anymore. Remember, there's only 1 Queen left. Archons, they push in. We have more Zealots distracting here at the Northern Fort. And Hero's just getting so much value out of these Archons. He shuts down the Lings, now gets into the mineral line. Oh, the Prism takes a lot of damage, but he gets 8 drones in total. And remember, there's no anti-air because 5 Queens got sniped, and that 1 Zealot is still going ham. Yeah, Serral just getting pulled apart. He's getting torn apart, Pat. I think Serral, he made 1 extra queen, so he's down to 2. So 2 queens left for Serral. As you can see, Serral, he just lost a bunch of drones. And do you notice something? No drones in the production tab. Serral's all in. Serral, he's lost too much. He knows that he either has to kill hero or die trying. Like, there's no macro. There's no macro, not anymore. He just has to commit. There's a recall back home. Immortals are amassing. Ooh, and these roaches. Yeah, they need more support. That is a large Roach Ravager army. No shield batteries. Yeah, there's no batteries in position. There's 3 Immortals. Files do not quite connect. They graze one of the Immortals, but in the end, here he has enough here. He's running out of Zealots, though. He needs that buffer. He needs the buffer, Pat. Oh my god. Yeah, the first Archon does go down. Nice snipe there out of Serral. He's built up to 4 Immortals, but he needs that Zealot Warp in. Nice juggling. Nice juggling from Hero. Saves the Immortals, and Hero again, he's surviving. He's surviving, he's holding on. +2 is almost done. Blink is on the way. And remember, Serral, he chose not to drone. He's out of 57 workers. Serral, he is miles behind economically. Like, this wasn't all in, and now Serral, he admits quote-unquote defeat. Like, he admits that he can no longer kill Hero. He starts droning. He just made 7 drones. Now up to 64. He starts Burrow, Tunneling Claws, Desperation out of Serral. He is desperate. I mean, this can still work. This is a bit of a Hail Mary play. Going for Burrow. There's no Observer with the main army, so, I mean, hey, Burrow can work. But there's an Oracle. Sorry, there's... Didn't quite notice, but there is an Observer with the army. There's the Oracle as well for Revelation, so even then... So he's hoping to distract. Bar is still not done. Nice Biles on the Phoenix. So he's walking in. He's going for it. Not quite. It doesn't quite make his way in. You can see the Observers with the army on the right hand side. Bar is done in 2 seconds. Serral is yet to reveal. Has yet to reveal his Burrow. We're running out of storms. Uh-oh. 1 storm left. Not even. You can see Serral, he's so close to breaking Hero. He's so close. Burrow's revealed. Yeah, Burrow's revealed, but Hero, he has detection. He has detection available. And remember, the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Hero. And now that the bar has been revealed, we have cannons on the way for detection. Serral trying to come in for the surround, but who surrounds who? We're getting awkward. Yeah, who's going to be out of position? Serral coming in from behind. Yeah, it does come in, but Hero's main army moves in as well. Gets 1 Immortal. Gets 1. Just 1. Oof, yeah, just 1 Immortal. Hero, he takes the fight. He overwhelms. Hero was not surrounded. And Serral, it's going to be a tough hold. Yeah, it's going to be a tough hold. GG gets called. There's going to be no hold. And Hero, he will take a 2-0 lead. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Hero, he will take a 2-0 lead. Again, a very, very strong start here for Hero. Winding it back, Hero, he went for the early charge build, and we saw that he did pull Serral apart. Serral, he had 6 queens at his 4th base, and Hero, he was able to catch 5 of them. 5 queens went down to the first wave, to the first push. Because of the low queen count, that meant that in the aftermath of that, there were no injects. There were no injects. There was the macro was limited, the macro was stifled. On top of that, because the queens went down, he could not stop the prism, so the prism harass continued in the main base and continued at the natural. The snowball started then and there when 5 queens were killed for almost nothing, and Serral had to commit to the all-in, and the all-in failed. The all-in did fail. Hero, he had plenty of Immortals back home to defend, and Hero is now 1 game away from claiming the series. Una más, papi, una más. One more game is all the hero needs. Remember, it's a best of 5. Best of 5. And do we end it in a 3-0 here? Game 3 is going to be on White Rabbit. Now remember, White Rabbit is one of the larger maps of the map pool. Quickly looking at the vetoes here. Hero, he vetoed Mothership and Tourmaline. Interesting. Did veto Tourmaline. And here we go. Serral comeback is real. I feel like a little of this will come down to, I mean, remember, Hero has not played standard, right? Like, I want to hammer that home. Hero, he has not played standard. We have seen unique builds game 1 and game 2, but spawning in the bottom hand corner of White Rabbit, we have the Finnish Zerg player for Basilisk. It is Serral, the best Zerg player in the world.
Serral.
The reigning world champion. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the red Protoss. It is a Hero for T1.
Hero.
The best Protoss player in the world. Again, the seeding is brutal. the seeding for the main event is insane. To have Serral and Hero in the first round, like, really, guys? So brutal first round match. Best Protoss, best Zerg. But going back into our thoughts earlier, again, Serral has yet to play a standard game. Like, he wants to. Don't get me. He wants to play standard. He wants to get into the mid game, but he hasn't gotten there yet. Like, he just hasn't gotten there in a stable position. Hero has been hyper aggressive, has been very in Serral's face, and has been able to punish him time and time again. Can Serral stabilize? Can he slow the game down? Can he get a handle on Hero's aggression? And can he get into the mid game in a comfortable position? It's on Serral. Now, I will say that this is the best map for it, right? Welcome to White Rabbits. White Rabbits is one of the larger maps in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground. I will say that in the mid game, it can be very difficult to defend just because the map is so large. Rotating defensively between your 3rd, 4th, and 5th base can be very difficult. So defensive rotations can be difficult if you fail to keep up with the movement of your opponent's army. So we'll see if we get there, is the thing. We'll see if Hero goes for early tech again. Since I 1 billion immortals back. It was a lot of immortals. True. Actually, answer my questions. It's all good. It's all good. Less than 3, back. Less than 3. As once again, it's going to be a Stargate opener out of Hero, opening up Stargate to get into his own oracles, which will say the opener. Once again, just like last game, Hero does open up Stalker first, so even though Hero is playing standard, he will be keeping Serral in the dark. Remember, it is not standard to open up Stalker like this. Usually you want faster adepts to harass across the map, but Hero has been foregoing early game harassment in favor of denying vision and keeping Serral guessing. And that is Hero's biggest strength, is his diversity, right? Hero, he is the most chaotic Protoss player out there. He's very diverse in his play. He's very unpredictable, and if you can't scout, then he can catch you with your pants down. He's done so twice already for Serral. To Serral. Now, because of what we've been seeing so far, we should be seeing a faster Roach Warren out of Serral. I'll be honest, based on how this series has played out, I wouldn't even be opposed to Hero being more mid-game oriented. But do you see the rally on his Stargate? It looks like he's intentionally keeping the Oracle at home. It looks like he may choose to bank up Oracles. Yep. Oh, we'll see. So basically, because of that early Stalker that we did mention earlier, Serral doesn't know what's going on. And the longer this game goes on, without the Oracle being revealed, the more it looks like a Twilight Council opener instead, or a Robo, or a Forge. So again, Hero, he's intentionally keeping the Oracles back at home, trying to make Serral believe it's something that it's not, and then he'll reveal his Oracles, and you can see that Serral, he's making 12 links. Serral, he's going to be going for a link flood at the 3rd base, hoping that there's no Oracles to defend, but they will be. This is a big commitment. All these links could have been drones. So Serral, he's setting himself behind economically for this harass, And if he doesn't get damage done, it's not going to be worth it. He does get a surround. Ooh, he does get almost a surround here, catching out one of the adepts. Nicely done. Gets two. Two adepts go down. The oracles are revealed. And so far, this hasn't been worth it. It's some nice damage though. Like, worst case scenario, Serral doesn't kill anything, so at least he got two adepts. But he wants some more, and not quite able to commit. Going to be deflected. Two oracles, they make their way across the map. 18 lings go down. Again, they could have been drones. But the queens are keeping up. Spores ready in the main base, and the oracles don't get any counter damage, at least. From here, Serral's running up. Oh. A little bit of miscontrol there from Hero, but he does snipe all three tumors. See in the chat, I've been caught with my pants down. No. True, baby, true. Who hasn't? See, you can't get caught with your pants down if they're never up. Just saying, just saying. That's how we be here at the CranKy Ducklings. No. As once again, Hero is going into charge. 3 games. Every game so far in this series. I mean, he's gotten there in different ways, but every game so far we have had the charge arc on mid-game. We do see that Serral, he's going into his Roach Warren, taking out a little bit faster in towards Hydras. This is a later Roach Warren, so later Roach speed. True. As Yuri gets into the third. Oof. He gets in for 6 drones. Oh my god. 8 drones go down. That is too much. 8 drones falling. Can we get 9? He can. 9 drone kills for 4 adepts. Very nice trade for Hero. He gets in, he gets damage done. The oracles, they do poke into the main. Getting more workers, 12 in total. 12 drones for 4 adepts. Serral is hurting. And you can see this Ling run by can't achieve anything either. There's a third oracle back at him to defend. So the Lings do nothing. The defense is not good enough. And Serral, he is struggling. Now, what I will say is that Serral, he did decide to cut corners, so he's skipping +1 melee. He went for a later Evo chamber, and he's going into faster Hydra. So he's building up a Hydra-based composition. I'm just worried about the charge timing. I'm worried about the main push from Hero. Serral, he needs some kind of buffer for the Hydras, whether it's Ling Bane or Roaches, he needs something. And we'll see if he can get there. As Hero Storm is finishing up. Hero's supply blocks, fun fact. Ooh, and I mean, Serral, this is once again a Hail Mary play. Like, Serral knows he's behind. Serral knows he's in a bad position, so he's going for a massive Doom drop. As we do get a revelation on the main army. You can see Hero getting ready for the counterattack. Yeah, Stasis Trap's back at home. Storm is pushing forward. Remember, he has 6 High Templar full of Storm energy. And Serral should be headed for the main. Remember, he has the Doom drop. He has all those Dropper Lords, which Hero has not scouted. Zealots, they get across the map. Serral's out of position. Serral is out of position. Zealots, they get in. They trade well. Hydras are going down. Queens are going down. The main army pushes through. And Serral, he's in the Dropper Lords. That's why he's not here. That's why he has no army. We're about to pan over. The camera's about to pan over. But again, the Dropper Lords aren't able to achieve anything. Serral force back. Are the Dropper Lords full? No shot. Do they have units in them? We didn't see. We didn't see if he loaded up or not. But he must have loaded up some units, right? If so, he needs to come back home. Not the best storms out of Hero, but he has 3 more High Templar. He has more storms available. And now committing in. He can't waste these storms. He cannot waste them. Decent storm in the middle line. Another storm on the Hydras. He's got, what, 2 storms left. Ooh, High Templar gets sniped. But another massive storm. And Hero, if he gets another warp in, he can break through. Hero, he needs more Zealots. There it is. Yeah, there's the warp in, but the warp in is late. Yeah, late warp in for Hero. But this still might be enough. He's getting on top of the Hydras. There's no Lings, there's no Roaches, no buffer. The Immortals rallying in, and Hero, we might just see a 3-0. We might just see that 3-0. Oh my god, clutch save on the Immortal. The clutch save. Here he saves both. He saves both Immortals. There's the recall back home. And on the one hand, does Serral die? No, but Serral's crippled. Serral, he lost his 4th. We're on an even base count. 3 base versus 3 base. Hero's up in probes. Hero, he has the better economy. Hero's ahead economically. Serral is all in. They're the drop lords. They were empty, so I was worried that they had units within them, but no, they were empty. We're now loading up, and it's half a Doom drop. So we have half a Doom drop into the main. Hero just recalled. So recall's on cooldown. Oh! Prism getting caught out. And does Hero hold on to a warp in? Does he have a warp in available? He just warped in. Okay, he just warped in Zealots, so his warp ins are on cooldown. He just warped in, I want to say 5 Zealots, so he might still have some warp ins available. There we go, Juju into the main. He's going for it. Here he tries to react, tries to respond. That's a lot of probes going down, getting 5 probe kills so far. And can he deny any of the tech? There's Storm to defend. Yeah, Storms in both locations. Storms in the main, Storms on the front lines. But here he only has 1 Storm left here on the front line, so... yeah, that's the only Storm he had. It was a good Storm. Jesus. More Storms are coming in. Remember, Serral is all in. He's got 63 workers. Serral, he will break the center expansion. Nice snipe. Ooh, but he cannot fight this head on. Serral, he cannot fight this head on. Sure, he gets the base, but at a cost, as he will lose most of these Hydras. If not, every single Hydra is going to go down. Massive loss for Serral. He can't afford this. He can't afford these losses. Hero just wants to kill. Oof. Yeah, here he just wants to go for the kill. Nice kiting out of Serral. Here a couple of Zealots get tied up. But there's a rally. Yeah, there's a rally from Hero. Force field! The force field! The force field on the ramp. He's crazy. Here he breaks the natural storm on the reinforcing Hydras. We have more storms available. The storms, they just keep connecting. The storms are crazy. And again, Hero's done it. Hero has done it. GG gets called, and Hero, he will take the series 3-0. He'll advance on to the semi-finals. GG. You're the crowd. Let's go. GG. GG, well played. Hero, the best Protoss player in the world. He 3-0'd Serral, the best Zerg player in the world. As we mentioned before, it is such a shame that I don't want to take away from the series. It's such a shame that this was in the first round. It's such a shame that this was in the quarterfinals. Like, this is a semifinals, if not finals match. Hero versus Serral. Would love to see a best of 7. Would love to see a longer series here. So the seeding was brutal to have them face off in the first round, and GG, well played. Hero, he does take the series 3-0. Congratulations to Hero. Serral is out of the tournament, and it is crazy to think that Serral is already out, but that is how brutal the quarterfinals are. I mentioned it earlier. Clem versus Classic is also going to be a similar series where I can see Classic beating Clem. Like, he's done it plenty of times before. Like, that's another really rough first round match. Maru versus Raynor is another really rough first round match as well. Like, it's again, this tournament has the best players in the world. The best Terran, Protoss, and Zerg. They're all here. They're all here, Patrick. GG, well played. Hero takes it 3-0. Congratulations. Congratulations. Este here. Meanwhile, a big shout to Let Me Play With Your Kitties. God, yeah, thanks so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 21 months in a row. Thank you. Happy, thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. Seeing chat, Serral getting dominated. I should once again just go over the game itself a little bit here, but remember, Hero was hyper aggressive this entire series. Not a single game did he play standard. We never saw a Stargate opener into Blink. We never saw it. We did see a couple of Stargate openers, but we always saw them go into Charge instead, into a much more active and aggressive style, with Hero constantly being in the face of Serral, getting drone kills, catching queens. But this was also a really rough game 3, because if you remember, Serral, he got blindsided. Serral, he got fed false information and he fell for it. How did the game start? With Serral falling behind, making, what was it, 18, sorry, he made up to 25, 28 lings, and he lost 18. He lost 18 lings at the start of the game. What happened? Remember, Hero, he went for a Stalker opener. He opened up Stalker, and he banked up his oracles. He intentionally didn't reveal his oracles, making it look like he went for a Robo, Twilight Council, or Forge opener, which prompted Serral to make a massive wave of lings, which didn't achieve anything. He killed 2 Adepts for 18 Zerglings. And again, we mentioned that could have been drones. So early on, Serral was already playing from behind. Just because he kind of, again, he made an assumption as to the build that Hero was going for. The assumption was incorrect, so he fell behind that way. Then in the aftermath, we saw that we had the Zealot counterattack, the Orc harass, 12 more drones went down. GG. GG. And now we have the winners interview.
非常精彩的比赛。那么在开始之前，我看过你的一个采访，你说你做了大量的针对跟准备，在今天这第一场比赛，因为 Serral 是你的第一个对手，所以非常非常重要。那你有没有想过自己会3-0大比分的横扫 Serral 呢
？8 years of Serral nerfs catching up to him. Once again, I would reiterate that Hero is literally the best Protoss player in the world. Or you could argue, or I would at least with confidence say that he has the best PvZ in the world, better than Classic. So like this is. Like what do you want? Like like literally no other player could achieve that against Serral, I would say. So I would speak less on Serral's poor performance, because I don't think he did play poorly. I would say that Hero played well, right? So I would put it that way instead. Because again, I should reiterate, Serral never got to play his game. Like Serral, he never got to play macro. He never got to play standard. he wanted to, but more often than not, Serral was forced into all-ins because of this earlier game aggression.
세랄 선수를 만나고 싶어 했는데 만날 때마다 좀 특별한 빌드를 많이 못 보여준 것 같아서.
Meanwhile, big shout to Pony Danza in the chat.
리스펙하는 만큼
Thank you so much for subscribing for 22 months. Thank you.
빌드를 준비해야겠다 생각했는데 그게 잘 먹힌 것 같습니다.
首先的话，其实每次遇到 Serral 都会输，所以我这次
I heard
有
the word
想到
build from
使
Hero.
用一些特别的战术，然后以及Serral 的话是我非常崇拜的一名选手，所以这次我想给他展现一些特别的战术，所以就准备了这一套。
那你今天的这几把自己的一个进攻的 timing 点抓的都非常好，比如说像第一把就抓到了 Serral 跳地刺的一个 timing。我们想知道今天这几把的一个 timing 点你是如何去决策的？
이번 공격 타이밍을 되게 잘 잡았는데 첫 세트에서 가시지옥 올리는 거를 발견했잖아요. 그것도 혹시 그냥 특별하게 준비한 건가요?
He's being asked about timing attacks and all-ins.
가시지옥구를 보진 못했는데 뭔가 타이밍상 그때 가면 될 것 같아가지고 갔던 것 같습니다.
其实比赛的时候没有想过他会跳刺蛇，但是我觉得可能这个点去的话应该能看到，所以就发现了他跳刺蛇的一个 timing。
今天3把小黑肉的一个 timing 点，进攻 timing 都抓得非常的出色。那其实这一次小黑肉来到中国是带了他的妻子一起来的。刚刚你的妻子在后台非常紧张的看着你的比赛，你的每一场获胜他都在后台为你欢呼。你觉得今天自己表现得那么好，也是因为他给到了你力量吗？
이번에 아내분이랑 같이 왔다고 알고 있는데 아까 대기실에서도 열심히 응원하고 되게 긴장하셨거든요. 혹시 아내분이 힘을 받아서 오늘 좋은 성적 받은 걸까요?
갑자기 이상하네요 기분이. 일단은 최근에 해외대회 항상 따라와 주면서 좀 대기하고 이런 게 굉장히 힘들 텐데 군말 안 하고 매니저처럼 되게 옆에서 챙겨주고 해가지고 정말 도움이 많이 되는 것 같고 덕분에 이길 수 있는 것 같습니다.
首先的话，就突然提到这一点有点小尴尬，但是怎么说呢？每次去海外比赛的时候，我的妻子都会陪着我，一直在照顾我的一些练习，所以我觉得可能她也是一个给了我一些力量。
那我们再次恭喜小 Hero 旗开得胜，拿下了第一局比赛的胜利。再一次把掌声送给他，送给他今天精彩的表现。
I heard Hero say manager, so I don't know if that's
好的，那我们的
it was just giving
精彩比赛还在
shout-outs.
继续，让我们稍事休息一下，一会儿回来。
But regardless, GG. GG, well played, congratulations. Again, Hero does claim the series 3-0 dominant performance here by Hero. Strong showing with a hyper-aggressive style. And again, we saw multiple times Serral did misread. He did misread Hero when it came to how aggressive he was being. Multiple times, Serral, he was forced into all-ins, he was forced into a more aggressive styles. And Serral, he never got to get into his own game. He never got to get into his own mid-game or even late game. He never got there. GG. GG, well played. And again, that is where Hero does excel. That is the difference between Hero and Classic, for example. I would say that Classic has the best late game PvZ in the world, but getting there is the hard part. Hero, I would say, has the best mid game PvZ in the world, and even early game as well. Early game and mid game, that's typically where Hero thrives. It's the late game where Classic has Hero beat in PvZ. But otherwise, GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. With that, we're going to be cutting to a break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes with what? With our next series, with Cure versus Solar. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we'll be getting to the rest of the bracket after this series. Remember, this is a 2-day event, but we'll see you guys soon after the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon.
正式组的韩 Z 选手，有没有信心在本次比赛里面重铸韩 Z 荣光？
이번 초청한 선수 중에서 그러니까 유일한 저그 선수인데 한국 저그의 영광을 다시 안을 수 있는지 그거에 대해서 좀 얘기해 주세요.
방금 세랄 선수도 져가지고 만약에 제가 이기게 된다면 아마 유일한 저그일 것 같은데 저그의 영광을 다시 찾을 수 있도록 노력해 보겠습니다.
刚刚的比赛 Serral 选手作为重组选手输掉了，所以如果我能赢下去的话，我会是成为一个唯一的重组选手，我也会尽最大的努力来重铸韩国重组之光。
好，重铸我们的重组荣光，那也是非常感谢两位选手的赛前采访，期待你们给我们带来精彩的对决。那接下来就要把画面交给我们最专业的解说席了。
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Who do apologize for getting here a little bit late. I'm missing the initial player intros, but regardless, we've returned with the third series of the broadcast. If you were here earlier, we already wrapped up with INnoVation versus soO in the Showmatch All-Stars Legends series, followed by Serral versus Hero, a banger of a best of 5 that ended quite quickly, I will say. It was a relatively fast best of 5, with Hero knocking Serral out of the tournament 3-0. And now we're here with our next quarterfinals match. It's going to be a best of 5 between Solar and Cure. Again, if you're out there, if you happen to be a native Chinese or Korean language speaker, would love to, some translations when it comes to the interviews themselves, but otherwise we are getting ready here for our next best of 5. Meanwhile, a shout out to SC Boy, of course. Shout out to Oliveira. As you can see here, Oliveira is in the center, is casting and is commentating these matches, and we have Xiao Se somewhere in the mix as well, alongside some of the other players. I want to say like I think that's what Max said earlier, maybe XY. But regardless, again, it's a big major event. I do see some people tuning in maybe for the first time, but this is a big celebration event for the return of the Chinese server. Remember, initially this was scheduled for last year November, then was rescheduled and pushed back to this year January. But again, it's a big offline event happening in China with a, was it $50,000 prize pool? Something crazy. Like, it's an insane prize pool. Jesus. Let me just double check. Yeah, 50,000 USD. Crazy, baby. It's a massive, massive prize pool, bringing all these players together. And again, this is a series to determine who will face off against Hero in the semis. And remember, the semifinals will be tomorrow. It's a 2-day event, 2 days of StarCraft. So this is day 1, and merely here day 1 we have the quarterfinals. Day 2 will be the semis and grand finals thereafter, as the players are stepping in. Let's go. As we now have that TBZ, we got it ready. Yeah. As they are getting ready as we speak. I'm pretty sure Solo, he was asked about Serral in his interview. I did hear Serral's name, which again, already out of the tournament. As the seeding, that's the caliber of play in this event, Patty. True. We have literally the best players in the world. The best Terrans, the best Zergs, and the best Protoss players are all here. You don't get better than this top 8. And I'm expecting this series to be more back and forth, to be honest. I expect it to be more of a back and forth. I'll be surprised if it's a 3-0. Goals 8. Pressure's on. And what a way to start the year. What a way to begin 2026 with a 50K tournament. Crazy. Meanwhile, here we go. We have the vetoes, Tidal Sidul and Celestial Enclave, once again vetoed by Cure. Meanwhile, Tourmaline and 10,000 feet. So Cure, he vetoes the larger maps. Meanwhile, Solar vetoes the smaller maps. So basically, the extreme maps have been vetoed out. We've gotten rid of the extreme maps. And now we're loading into Mothership to kick things off. For the first time tonight. True. for the first time. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Mothership, we have the South Korean Terran player for Team Liquid. It is Cure. And in the bottom side of Mothership, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg for Team Falcons. It is Solar. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into this best of 5 quarterfinals match. Oh boy. Coming into this, I don't really know who to favor. I know that Solar has been excelling a lot, so I think I lean slightly towards Solar. That is true. I typically do rate Cure's TVT and TVP very highly. I would go as far as to say that Cure's TVZ is on the weaker side of his matchups, but still very strong, of course. So we'll see. We'll see how they compare against each other. I am leaning slightly towards Solar here, but I could see this going either way as Cure opens up 2-Rax Reaper. Hyper-aggressive start. So 2-Rax Reaper out of Cure, meanwhile Hatch Gas Pool out of Solar. Solar going for a standard opener. Maybe Cure was hoping the Solar would be cutting corners. But regardless, we'll see if Solar can find some damage. We'll see if he can find... So we'll see if Cure can find the damage. We'll see if he can find Solar initially as well. Remember, this is... Oh, never mind. Marine first. My apologies. I assumed it was 2-Rax Reaper, but no, it's going to be a different variation. A future variation going 2-Rax Marine for a very early bio timing instead. I say very early. I'm referring to earlier than a regular 2-1-1. But this should be a stim timing. As for now, the initial goal is to hunt down the Overlord. Oh, as he's trying to figure out the direction of the Overlords, the SCV moves in, the SCV finds no Overlord top right. And Cure, he's looking. He's looking for the Overlord. Can he get it? The Overlord is coming in. Oh no! Yeah, unfortunately, Cure, it looks like he will miss the Overlord. That could have been a free supply block. As the Overlord gets in, the Overlord does confirm the placement of the Raxes. Marines are pushing forward. They actually miss the Ling as well. They do miss each other. But does this still favor Cure? Like, does he still find potentially some drone damage instead? He's going for the third. Okay, going for the third base, trying to force a cancel. Ling production has begun. The bunker is on the way now. Can Cure force a cancellation? That'd be the ideal. I mean, the ideal would have been to kill an Overlord, supply block Solar, and then cancel this base. There's a cancellation. Solar, he's avoiding this. He's going for the counterattack instead. He knows he cannot stop those Marines. But back at home, that should be a full wall. Should be. Yeah, it's a full wall off. Solar, he might be able to snipe the upgrade and deny the tech lab. As the SCV gets caught. Just the SCV. Ooh, goes to the surround. Okay. Does surround, does clean up the Marines at least. Cleans up the bio. So Solar, he at least achieves some damage here. But again, his third base is late. So I think I would have leaned towards Cure in the early game. Like, so far, he forced a cancellation, he traded against the Lings, he forced out Lings as well. Solar's had an awkward start. But we'll see where this leads us as we're going into Cloak Banshee. That is often not researched. Interesting. So, okay, couple of things. Solar, he sees the tech lab. This is a Korean follow-up. We often see this from Maru and Byun. Maru and Byun are very fond of this. Basically, what's happening is that typically, because Stim is on the way, it is efficient and it is normal for the Terran player to turn this into a 2-1-1 and go for a 16 Marine double medevac drop with reactor and medevacs. But if you notice, there's no reactor on that starport. It's a tech lab instead, which technically is inefficient because it means that the bio push is going to be delayed. It's going to be a delayed push, but it's delayed intentionally to try to catch soO without any spores by going to Cloak Banshee. Remember, in this game, you want to be as efficient as possible, so soO, recognizing Cure's build with Stim, with all these Marines, should be delaying, if not skipping, his spores. So there's a higher chance of this Banshee doing damage. And I believe there's no spore at the third, there's no spore at the natural. I'm not sure about the main, but if there's no spore there either, then again, the Banshee can pop off. Here comes the bio move out. I think we just panned over to the main base, and I believe there was no spore. Yeah, no spore. Wow, no spore in position. You can see soO shake his head. Banshee's popping off, and again, this is only doing damage because of the what you expect from your opponent. Basically, this is the metagame, right? Basically, this is metagaming. This is why Maru and Beyond are very fond of this. 5 drone kills already. Oh, he gets a surround though. Okay, gets a full surround. So nice cleanup out of soO. That should not have happened. Cure got caught with his pants down, but at the same time, soO, he's rushing into those spores, rushing into the lair. There was no Overseer either, but it was only 5 drones. Could have been worse. And even denies the upgrade. Okay. So we have a back and forth. We have a back and forth here. I feel like it was expected for these Banshees to do more damage. These Hellions are late. So ideally, these Hellions would have more... I don't know if you noticed, the armory is done. This was meant to be a Hellbat push. But Cure, he lost 70% of his Marines. Like, his Marine army, like, it's almost non-existent. Now they're putting out no Bailey Nest. No Bailey Nest. Hellbats morph in. Imagine this push with like 20 more Marines. That would have been game. That would have been game then and there. Queens are trying to hold their own. Lings are coming from behind. More Hellbats are morphing in. And this is meant to kill. This is meant to end the game. But there are so many Queens. And again, there's not enough Marines. There's just not enough of a Stim Bioforce to support. Yeah, with that, some more Queens, they just zone away. And this has not done enough. This just has not done enough damage. Remember, Cure, he doesn't have an expansion behind this. There was potential with this build from Cure, but he just lost too many Marines in the lead up to this. And now he's getting a 3rd CC, a very late 3rd base. So 3rd CC is in production. I think I saw the 3rd CC at least at the natural. Cure, he's just going for the 2nd wave. Okay. I believe no baiting speed, just because of how late the baiting nest was. Gets on top of one of the Queens. 2 Queens, no transfuse. No transfuse, limited splits there out of Cure. Does Cure still have enough though? It might still barely be enough. Does target fire the bailing. But there's still, what, 6 Queens left. Down to 5. 5 Queens remaining. Ooh, does snipe the medevac. And soO is holding. Yeah, soO, he does hold on. Oh, the clean feed dying on us a little bit here. There we go. It's all good, clearing up. Yeah, God. Stay clean, clean feed. Stay clean. Don't get dirty. As Cure, he's going for wave 3. 3rd wave is moving out. He's continued Hellion production. Hopefully the clean feed clears up. I know that there's a backup, so I might look into that after the game. Now though, Cure, he's forced back to his own 3rd. And he should be able to get it up and running. Now, as we get into the mid game, soO, he's in a better position, right? soO, he's got a faster 4th base. He's been able to join up. He survived the hyper aggression of Cure. So I would say that soO is now, again, kind of getting into his own. Very zoned back. And now we're pushing through the center. Can Cure still make this work? Does force a cancel. Okay. Nice, the 5th. Nice, the 5th base. But Solar, he's about to max out. He's almost there. He's almost maxed out. Are still keeping up with the movement, still keeping up with the drops. Not quite able to catch out the army. But has plenty on the high ground. Now, I'm not entirely certain if Solar has turned on his Infestation bit yet, which is a bit of a concern. Nice drag on the mines, though. Oof. One Widow Mine connects. But Solar, he defends against the main army. At the same time, double drop into the mineral line, gets a handful of drones. Oh no, the Medivacs! Oh my god, they're so low. Full Medivac goes down. Drops a denied, and Solar, he's still maxed, by the way. He's still maxed out with purely Lingbane Hydra, no Hive, no Vipers, no Infestation Pits. That's maxing out Lingbane Hydra, and he's going for the kill. Finally, Solar, he's had enough defending. He can break out, and he should overwhelm. Again, I love that Cure mixed it up this game and he was hyper aggressive. It was a really unique build and really unique response, but the execution was lacking. The execution was lacking. GG gets called, and Solar, he takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Solar takes the lead in the series. Again, Solar, he was able to react in time, able to build up his army in time. I mean, I say that Cure had a lot of momentum his way, and again, the initial Banshee did a lot of damage, but there was a lack of control with the Banshee. And if you remember, even though the Banshee was doing damage in the main base, he got surrounded. Cure, he got surrounded, he left his army idle, he was late to react, late to respond, and that's lost him the game. We were pointing it out at the time, but in the aftermath of that, Cure was building up into a 2-base all-in Hellbat push, and Solar had no Banelings ready. He had no Baneling nest. He had no Baneling nest. He had no Banelings ready for it. He had no Baneling speed. He had a late lair. Like Solar, his pants were down. But because Cure got surrounded, because he lost 20 Marines just before that, his push, his Hellbat timing was really lacking that DPS, was really lacking that extra amount that those Marines would have provided. So again, the build itself was sound and would have worked, but unfortunately Cure did slip up, and in the execution did slip up in the lead up to it, and did lose too many Marines before the Hellbat push. GG. GG, well played. Again, I can definitely see it working, but he just lost too much in the lead up, and with that, Solar survived and took it from there. GG. GG, well played, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. As we're leading into the Old Republic. See that poor hand thing, you got smashed. Bible Thump. That is a hand warmer. It's a hand warmer. It's very popular in Korea. Basically, when you like crush it, when you like break it up in your hands, like it generates heat. So it's a way to like heat up your hands. I mean, heat up whatever you want, really. But yeah. And works. Here we go. Here we go. We're getting into our next game. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran for Team Liquid. Down in the series, we'll see if he mounts back. It is Cure.
Cura.
And in the top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Zurich player for Team Falcons. It is Solar.
Solar.
Este Solar. But yeah, they're heat packs. That's it. Heat packs. Very common in Korea. And I'm sure in other parts of the world. But here we go. Here we go. This time, Cure, he does not sit up on the low ground. Remember, last game, it was a 2x Marine opener, which did successfully force a cancel on the third base, but did not catch the initial Overlord. This time, standard opener out of Cure. Solo, likewise, going for his own hatch gas pool. So we're calming down as we load into the Old Republic. Again, this is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Longer rushes and spike ground. Does have a bit of a more open third base location. Sorry, I say third, really open fourth base. The fourth base is more open, but the third base is relatively secure and defensive, and we often do see a lot of mid-game play on the Old Republic, even some late game as well. One of those. I mean, they're just called ice packs. We're okay. We're okay. We peaked at 47 degrees last week, unironically. 47 degrees Celsius. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit. But basically, we had like 3-4 days of hyper intense heat, and now it's raining. Like now it's more humid, raining. Which is really good. Has helped out a lot with the bushfires, with the firestorms. So it has been raining these past like 3 days. Good. But otherwise, we're calming down. Calming down, we have a third CC on the way. So again, 3 CC build here out of Cure, so a lot more macro-oriented compared to last game's 2-base all-in. So we're settling into a more economic build. Settling into the mid-game. Now that we can enter the mid-game, we can discuss potential builds and potential mid-game play here on the Old Republic. It is not uncommon to see Muta play. If we were casting Shin, for example, Shin, he loves his Mutas, especially on these larger maps. And we have seen Solar embrace Muta play on this map as well. So that is a viable option, especially with the latest patch, with the latest map pool. We have seen more Muta play. Otherwise, we could still just see Lingbane. Oh, that I was not expecting, though. That's not a Spire, that is not a Mainliness, that is a fast Roach Warren. Now, it's not a Roach Rush, but that is a hidden Roach Warren, and we could see Solar try to go for a timing attack with said Roaches. You have my attention. Roach-based play is a little bit less common nowadays, especially on larger maps, just because Lingbane is more viable. So this is an interesting setup here from Solar, and it's on Cure to figure out what's going on. As remember, this Roach Horn is delaying the Evo Chambers, it's delaying any kind of Baliness, any further tech. Meanwhile, Cure getting to his bio, double E-bays, double upgrades. Roach speed has begun. And we'll see if Solar joins up more than 3-base saturation. Making Roaches already. Okay. Production has begun. He may just... I was assuming that he might go for like a 1-1 timing, but like there's no Evo Chambers. There's no chambers, no upgrades. Roaches are amassing. I believe the Roaches have yet to be revealed. And Solar, he's cutting workers very early. 47. I assumed that he was going to at least join up his third, but this is going to be a much earlier all-in. No third base saturation. Ooh, and the Skies Night. It is crucial that Cure gets into the third. If he sees the lack of drones, then he'll take a defensive stance. You can see the observers pointing it out. You can see only 5. There's only 5 drones at the third. Scans the main. Not good enough. This... Oh, he saw the Roach. Okay. He saw the Roach moving out. That is a big tell. So he saw Roach. We need tank production. We need Banshees back at home. We need bunkers. Solo's all in. Lings, they do get across the map. 2 SCV kills, not bad. It's 2 SCVs. The defensive setup here is not good enough. Here comes the all-in, and Cure. The pants are down. The pants are down completely. Ay, ay, ay. We got Marines, we got Hellions. It's going to do nothing here. As Roaches, they power on through. They break the third, and they can break into the natural as well. They can, and they will. Yeah, as the natural is forfeits. Again, there's 0 tanks at home to defend. 0 Banshees. Cure, he went for a 3cc, 1-1-1. 0 Banshee play, no tank production, just pure Marine. Like, just a really big commitment into bio. And that's the worst thing they could have here in this position. And that's just game. Like, that's... I mean, what can he do? There's nothing. There's nothing here. A man with gun is good, but not in this position. Not like this. Yeah, a couple of boys are being pulled. I say a couple, all the boys are being pulled. SCVs are pulled off the mineral line. GG gets called, and Solar will take a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. Again, Cure, he got caught with his pants down. The pants were down, Bappy. And also, hold on, I'll try to fix up the player. I do see that it's like fragmenting a little bit. Oh. I did notice. So I'm just trying to fix that. Okay. Hopefully this works well. Bam, beautiful. Beautiful, but GG well played. So once again, Cure, unfortunately, he failed to scout the third. Remember, we spoke about it. There were only 5 drones at the third base. It was basically a 2-base all-in, and Cure, he failed to get into the third base mineral line to see what was going on. He also failed to really confirm what was happening when he scanned the main. The scan in the main base did not give him enough information. There were Roaches on the way, and unfortunately, blindly, Cure was going for Marine production. Blindly, he was delaying tanks, and blindly, he skipped Banshees. Like, blindly, he was just focusing on Marine production. He got caught with his pants down. GG, and now we're getting into game 3. Do we see another 3-0 as we load into White Rabbits? Let's go. Esther J, you're the best. Oh, thank you, J. Thank you. Appreciate it. Esther J. Here we go. We're getting into our next game, into potentially the final game of the series. Actually, in the bottom left-hand corner, we have a Cure for Team Liquid.
Cure.
And in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the red Zerg. It is Solar.
Solar.
Here we go. We are going to be calming down. We're settling in. And oh my god, Kira, he opens up with a proxy 2x. He's crazy, Pappy. He's crazy. Settling in, we do have the proxy on the right-hand side. As soO sends his first overlord across the map, his second overlord should be staying outside of his own natural. Now, notoriously, soO has some really shaky 2x defense. True. Like, notoriously, we've seen soO drop a lot of games and lose a lot of series to proxies like this. So we'll see how he reacts. Oh, 2x Reaper? My apologies, I didn't notice that the gas was taken. Okay. 2x Reaper at a cure. This is rarely seen in this matchup. This is quite committed, quite aggressive. This does have some staying power, but once queens mass up, they do struggle to really get any value. We'll see. We shall see. Reapers to make their way into the main. And it comes down to soO's control. So far losing, oh, not one. Pulls away the weakened drones. Hasn't lost any workers yet. Saving both drones so far. Oh my god, one drone falls. Okay, one drone kill. Day gets two. Two drones do fall. Decent pickups. Lings have arrived, just trying to buy time for the queens. Okay, one getting up to two Zerglings. Queen is out. soO, he wants that Reaper. Doesn't quite get it. But he has control of the high ground. Yeah, soO, he has control of the high ground. Link speed is on the way. And so far, soO is held. He did lose two drones. Oh, one of the queens is getting low. soO, he's holding on. And again, when Link speed finishes, soO, he can chase us down. soO, he wants to lure in the queens. Oh, Jesus. So Kira wants to lure them in. Means they pull away. Nice control out of soO. Doesn't lose a single queen. And that was 3 drone kills in total. 3 drone kills, 5 lings. Last soO, of course, he doesn't lose a single queen. Is able to re-drone, resaturate, cure. His expansion is delayed because of this build as well. And we're in a really awkward game state. Who do we favor? Well, Cure is double expanding. Cure, he's... No, sorry, my apologies. Cure, he's getting his natural base, he's getting his starport on the way, so he's getting into a 1-1-1 follow-up. The Overlord does confirm everything. The Overlord sees everything in the main base. 0 anti-air. Oh, and we're going into 2-base BC. Fusion core is on the way. BC's at a cure. Okay. I see you. So Cure is going to BC production. We'll see if soO is able to confirm. Ooh, the Viking is a tell, to be fair. The Viking is a bit of a tell that something is wrong. But soO, he will not confirm. So for all soO knows, this could be Banshee, right? This could be Banshee. soO, he sees a tech lab. So in the back of his mind, it could be BC, it could be Banshee play. It's going to be one of the two. We know that it's Battlecruiser. And I don't see queens in production. With a low queen count, soO's going to be in trouble. Coming out roaches. Roaches are on the way. He's getting a 6th queen, thankfully. So he's supply blocked. A supply block for Solar. Curie spots the Zerglings. Armory is on the way. Secure. It looks like he's going for a Reaper Hellbat BC push. It's going to be everything at once. Now, thankfully, Solar's making roaches. He's droning. Now is not the time. Solar, he's getting a lair. He's droning up. This is risky. This is risky. That's why the Observer's pointing it out. Right now, he needs purely queens and roaches. Queen and roach production, but he's still droning. No, he's taking gases. Here comes the BC. BC teleports in. I assumed it was all going to be together. I assumed it was all going to be together. The BC does reveal itself, gets 4 drone kills in the main base, a Hellbats towards the 3rd. Solar, does he have his roaches ready? Where are the roaches? Lings counterattack, roaches there with the Hellbats. Yeah, roaches they engage with the Hellbats, and Solar he defends. Yeah, Solar he defends. He shuts down the roach push, he shuts down the BC, Lings they bust into the natural, and critical damage is being dealt. Again, this was mistimed. I thought the cure was going to bring everything together, but it was very disjointed. The Ling counterattack was brutal, 10 SCV kills. And SCVs. Solo, we're going into Stormhost? Is that what? Invitation bit's on the way? Interesting. Could just be for infestors. Or you might be thinking Stormhost. Does force the defensive warp in. Solo, he sees both eBays, so he's aware it's going to be bio. Fast hype. Jesus, very fast hype. Okay. And Solar just has to calm down. Again, Solar, he's miles ahead. Solar, he's up in workers, up in bases, he's up in tech. Solar's getting a 4th base. Cure still only on 2. Remember, this was meant to kill. This was meant to end the game, and Cure, he failed to do so. Right? Cure failed to break Solar. Pressure's on Cure. Based on the upgrades and based on the fast hive, in my mind, I would imagine that Solo wants to go into fast Ultra Tech. Skip Vipers, just rush into the Ultra Cavern. That would make the most sense in my mind. Yep, there it is. Ultra Cavern's on the way. And that's just a secure way to shut Cure down. A Solo will soon max. Solo, he's what, 20 supply away. He's almost maxed out, and I'll be honest, I don't really see a world where Cure can recover. Again, like the all-in failed, and now he's kind of at death's door. If Solo's passive, then maybe. I think that's the only kind of way in. If Solo's overly passive. But Solo should be committing with those ultras. Oh no, the Thunder! Locks down the army. 5 ultras in production. That's a lot of ultras. Solo's maxed. Maxed out is getting 2 upgrades, Adrenal, Kindness Plating. Ideally, we want to wait for Kindness to finish. And it's done. He's ready. A little bit lopsided when it comes to the execution, as the one side comes in a little bit too soon, but the ultras, they get on top of the tanks. Tanks are going down. Do we have a fungal ready? He does. Fungal's the army. Oh my god. Oof. Yeah, some brutal fungals. And it is going to be a 3-0. As soO, he has broken the main force, getting into the third base, getting into the natural. Other miles. They don't quite connect. So he collapses into the mineral line. Cure, we're coping a little bit badly. I mean, technically, the BC could kill everything. Technically. The BC will slowly kill everything. 27 SCV kills. Oh, shot. Another hydrants. I mean, that's the way to do it, but sure. Now soO has some anti-air. Lings, they flood into the natural. They catch reinforcements. Picking up more SCVs. Once again, soO does overextend, but he denies +2. 2-2 is going to be denied. Oof. So close to finishing. Even if it did finish, I don't think that would change anything. But still brutal nonetheless. And GG gets called. Solar, he will take the series 3-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Solar. He will claim the series. Again, we were expecting Solar to come out on top here, but I was still expecting a bit of a closer back and forth. I was surprised by how aggressive Cure was. And honestly, like as I mentioned before, especially on Mothership, I was not opposed to the build of choice. Like I think the build was solid, but again, unfortunately, the execution was lacking. Cure, he was a little bit rough around the edges, and we saw that Solar was able to shut him down. So some crazy builds, even in the final game. 2max Reaper is crazy. Like seeing 2max Reaper, proxy 2max Reaper specifically out of Cure is not normal. It's a very odd, very subpar opener. We saw that he killed a couple of workers, but it does kind of set him behind. There was potential in the follow-up, but GG. Right, GG, well played. The follow-up, of course, was the hidden BC production and the Hellbat push, which Solar didn't know what was coming, but it was also kind of mistimed, right? The BC went in on its own. The Hellbats were delayed when it came to their push, so once again, mistimed when it came to the aggression of Cure. But regardless, GG. With that, GG, well played. With that, we are halfway through the broadcast, so we have wrapped up 3 series tonight. We had the initial show match, then we had Serral versus Hero, and now we just wrapped up with Solar versus Cure, which means we are halfway through the broadcast. What is up next? A best of 3 show match. It's going to be a fun best of 3 show match between Scarlet and SOS. As that is going to be one of the legend show matches. I will say they're both relatively close in skill. They're both kind of like part-time-ish players, and we'll see how they compare to each other, as we should be getting a winner's interview. So we just need a moment for that winner's interview. Setting everything up. It should be the Legends show match into not Rainer, Classic. Let's say Classic Clem. Classic. This is Clem. It's gonna be a banger. But I guess until then, we're going to be cutting to a break. Bearing in mind that, I mean, I guess I should leave it recording the the interview, especially if, like, say for the VODs at least, like maybe someone can provide some translations for the interview in the VODs as well. So true. Oh. Let's go.
让我们恭喜 soO 获得了本场比赛的胜利，把掌声再次送给他。好的，我们也是来简单的赛后采访一下。那么在双方的第一局开局其实是一个常规开局，但是 Q 自己有一波失误，所以非常快速的拿下了。而在第二把的时候，你就选择了2本蟑螂一波的战术。这个战术是你本身就对这张地图去定制的，还是因为第一把的胜利给了你非常大的信心呢？
첫 경기는 그냥 일반 플레이로 끝났는데 두 번째 세트에서 약간 바퀴올인 전략을 들고 오셨잖아요. 이거는 혹시 첫 경기를 이겨서 준비한 그런 전략인지 아니면 2세트 맵에 대한 특별히 준비한 그런 빌드인지 얘기해 주세요.
사실 두 번째 경기에서 큐어 선수가 제가 생각하는 거랑 똑같이 해줘가지고 그러니까 벤시를 이렇게 뽑지 않고 할 줄 정확히 알고 있었고 그에 대해서 맞춤 전략을 준비해서 좀 손쉽게 이겼던 것 같습니다.
其实第二场的话，他有预料掉 Q 选手不会出女妖，然后所以他就按照这个蟑螂一波去打了这个节奏。
赛前已经预测到了对手大概的一个走向。那我们其实也是看到 Q 选手在被0比2之后，是选择了去野兵营出死神，然后转大河，但是被你非常完美的给防住了。能给我们简单复盘一下第3把吗？
세 번째 세트에서는 약간 빠른 병영의 사신 빌드에 그다음에 순양함으로 좀 약간 안 좋은 상황에서 역전을 하셨잖아요. 그러니까 이 세트에 대해서 간단하게 얘기해 주실 수 있을까요?
네, 초반에 제가 그 컨트롤이 좀 좋지 못해서 좀 손해를 보고 시작해서 좀 불리하다고 생각했었는데 근데 이후에 전략이 이게 예전부터 나왔던 적이 있던 전략이어서 제가 그 이후에 대처를 좀 잘 해가지고 바퀴로 손쉽게 맞고 좀 손쉽게 이겼던 것 같습니다.
其实前期亏的话还是有点大的，但是后期的打法的话是跟之前打过的样子是一样的，所以他防御做得很好，所以用蟑螂去做了一波防御，所以拿下了第3局。
今天soO选手整体的状态非常好，那在第1场的比赛里面就3比0旗开得胜，那能不能跟我们说一下你本届比赛的期望和目标是什么？
첫 경기를 3대 0으로 이겼는데 이번 대회 임하면서 혹시 목표가 새로 생긴 거 있을까요?
일단 중국에 오랜만에 온 만큼 꼭 우승하고 싶습니다. 네.
时隔多年再次来到中国的线下现场，我想再次夺冠。
哇，他的目标是冠军，我们再一次把掌声送给他，也是期望soO选手在接下来的比赛里面能有好的发挥，能够实现自己的梦想。那我们的赛后采访到这边告一段落，精彩的比赛还在继续，我们稍后回来。
And shout out to soO for that winners interview. Once again, if there's any translations available in the chat, we would appreciate it. Appreciate the translations. Otherwise, we're going to be cutting to a break. We're going to be cutting to a break here. As I mentioned before, we are halfway through the broadcast here today. We just wrapped up with 3 series. We wrapped up with INnoVation versus soO, wrapped up with Serral versus Hero, and with soO versus Cure. A lot of one-sided series so far, purely 2-0s and 3-0s, and we may see that trend continue. Or maybe that'll be broken after the break. Gonna be cutting to a break. When we come back, we'll have a best of 3 series between Scarlet and SOS. A Legends show match between Scarlet and SOS. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. Back. See you soon.
Jackson Oliver is the one.
Here in Katowice in 2019, this man.
He has to really bring something very different.
Is the INnoVation.
GG! 2017 WCS World.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second half of the broadcast, and I hope none of that gets us copyright striked. By the way, I was very tentative about showing the intro, and first time we've done it tonight, and hopefully it doesn't hurt us. As we have our players, our legends of StarCraft, stepping into the ring. Let's go. $O, $. SOS, our legend for tonight, has arrived. For those that are curious, we're taking a break from the main bracket, and we are featuring a Legends show match with our Korean Protoss in SOS, getting ready for his opponent. And there she is, the Queen of Blades. Let's go. The classic player poses as well. True.
好的，非常欢迎两位选手来到我们的赛前采访呢，也是想简单的采访一下，就是知不知道我们今天的这场对局其实是复刻的当年平昌冬奥会，那有没有想要改写一下历史呢？
Take it away.
이번 매치가 2018년도에 그 평창 올림픽 리벤지 매치인데 혹시 그 결과를 오늘 다시 쓸 그런 계획일까요?
그때 스칼렛이 아니기 때문에 오늘 복수하겠습니다.
现在的 Scarlet 已经不是当年的 Scarlet 了，我今天会复仇的。
哇哦，那想问问嘎姐，对于当年那一场比赛，也是你创造历史的一场比赛，你对于那场比赛有什么印象特别深刻的地方吗？
So, what is that like a? Sorry. What's the biggest moment for you back then? Yeah.
So IM Pyeongchang was definitely the most memorable tournament for me because like it's the biggest one that I won, and yeah, the finals was against the SOS. So. I'm gonna make sure the result today is the same as it was back then.
Fighting words. I was curious. For those who are curious, these Legend show matches, they're typically themed in some way. And as they mentioned, IM Pyeongchang was a big event in China, was a big international tournament, and the finals was between SOS and Scarlet. So I believe that is the reasoning. That is the reasoning why they were chosen to be the show match here for tonight.
이번 중국의 현장에 많은 응원하는 팬들이 왔는데 혹시 팬들한테 한마디 해주실 수 있을까요?
大家好，谢谢你们。
He's flexing his Chinese, his Mandarin.
想问一下嘎姐，因为嘎姐的话，其实之前也在中国有工作过嘛，对中国应该有很多特殊的感情，有什么话想对我们中国的粉丝们说吗
Scarlet's turn.
So you have anything to say to the Chinese fans?
我从2016年到2019年常常来到中国打比赛，所以 那时候中国的粉丝们一直对我很好，所以每次我都期待来到中国，所以我很高兴我会再来中国打个比赛。
哇哦
We don't even need a translator
那我们再次把掌声送给我们的2位选手，也期待他们能够有精彩的表现。那接下来把画面交给我们最专业的解说席了。
That unfortunately that overshadowed SOS because
大家好，我是 Skyler， 我是来自加拿大的重组选手。
안녕하세요. 미아오 프로게이머 SOS 김유진입니다.
2024年、2025年我没有练习过，最近2个月其实练习比较多。
전 그렇게 이때까지 플레이했던 거는 좀 승리에 대한 욕심이 너무 강하다 보니까 생각을 많이 했었는데 또 그때는 어렸으니까 좀 머리가 잘 돌아갔던 것 같은데 이번에도 좀 준비를 좀 하면서 생각을 해봤는데 나이를 먹어서 그런가 머리가 잘 안 돌아가네요. 그래도 이길 수 있게 준비해보겠습니다. 재밌을 것 같아요.
I think StarCraft has a certain appeal to a lot of players. I don't know, it's very difficult. You're doing a lot of things at once. It's very unlike a lot of other games, like just the whole RTS genre. And I think it's like probably the best RTS to play for most people.
기대도 많이 됐지만 좀 많이 설레었어요. 왜냐하면 일반적인 토너먼트 대회가 아니고 이게 좀 예전에 그만뒀던 선수들이나 좀 이름을 좀 날렸던 선수들을 다 모아서 여는 대회인데 그 중에 내가 들어가 있다는 게 좀 뿌듯해서 좀 설레었고 막상 경기장 와보니까 규모도 커서
I hope StarCraft tournaments will continue for a long time, and I'm very happy that there's more tournaments happening in China. StarCraft to me it's not just a competition. Since I was pretty young, since I was 18, it let me travel the world, meet many people, many of my friends nowadays. Yeah, I think StarCraft's made a big impact on my life outside of this competition.
스타크래프트 2는 지금도 늘 생각하지만 제 인생이었죠. 솔직히 스타크래프트 1을 하기는 했지만 사실상 저를 이 자리에 만들어준 거는 스타크래프트 2이기 때문에 그냥 인생이고 인생 게임입니다.
就是有一段时间我真的一点都没打星际争霸，但是现在我在喜欢上星际争霸，所以我以后我最多会继续玩。
新年开론 해피 뉴 이어。
祝所有星际争霸玩家们新年快乐，马上有钱。
For those who don't know, Scarlett did spend a lot of time in China, especially this year. This year she spent a lot of time in China. Yeah, flexing her mastery over the Chinese language. I was gonna say that unfortunately SOS, if you notice, when SOS was asked for some last words for his fans, like he said like 1 or 2 words in Chinese, which was cool, which was impressive. But then Scarlett comes out with like a whole book. It comes out with like a whole paragraph, whole speech. It's like damn, like it did overshadow SOS's final words a little bit there. But I'm glad that we're getting like obviously Scarlett's very transparent about her current play, but I also believe her when she said her last words as well. What I mean by that is Scarlett has been very inactive these past couple of years. She even said herself that she's like barely played to that 2024 and 2025. Like StarCraft hasn't really been the focus for Scarlett. She's been traveling a lot and going to China and studying abroad as well. But we did point this out a couple months ago. If you remember, initially this event was scheduled for November of last year, for November of 2025. And if you remember, Scarlett started playing in October. She started playing again, and we took note of that. We're like, oh, she's like getting ready for the show match, for the Legends show match. And she was playing in, I want to say Stellarfest. I think she played in Stellarfest. She was playing in some weeklies, some Pick Strike Up, some What TV Mondays, and she was actually preparing for those matches. Then it got postponed, obviously, to now. But I believe her when she says that, like, hey, like I wasn't really playing much StarCraft, but like, hey, now I'm back in, right? Like my passion has been rekindled, and I'm like, oh, it's good. We've seen that not just from Scarlett, we saw that from sort of as well. We saw that from a Laser. I do think that this most recent patch has done well for Zerg, and Zerg players like Scarlett, like sort of like a Laser, have been again like reinvigorated once again. Have been playing a little bit more. It has like Zerg has been in a really rough kind of state in recent years. when it comes to participation specifically. So it's really cool to see them coming back. I feel like the patch and the map pool has played its hand in that. But now it looks like we have a little recap video here of IM Pyeongchang. No, I thought it was going to have some audio as well, but my apologies. But yes, this is an old VOD from IM Pyeongchang in the finals between SOS and Scarlet. Again, this was many, many years ago at this point when Scarlet won IM Pyeongchang. God, 2018. The Foreign Hope. Good times, good times. But again, they're getting ready for their show match. This is going to be best of three show match between SOS and Scarlet. We have some of their most recent results. We have SOS, you know, winning the global finals at IEM in 2014, winning the BlizzCon global finals in 2015. Got some big accolades from back in Heart of the Swarm. Almost 10 years ago. That's crazy. That's crazy. Maybe it's because we're getting older, or maybe it's because of COVID, but like the COVID era of StarCraft in my brain is like hyper condensed. So like 2019 in my mind and 2018 feels relatively recent, but I know that it was a long time ago. But like COVID like ruined, I think, for a lot of people, like their perspective of time. But yeah, long time ago. Also, a big shout out to Quinton. Quinton's in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 13 months. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you. Roll. Oh, true. Oh, lol. I feel online in general hasn't shifted greatly in the past decade. It really makes it hard to understand. Maybe. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of factors to it, right? There's certain big events that we had to say goodbye to, which I'm sure for a lot of people did kind of like mark certain milestones for each year. Like BlizzCon is a big one, for example. To lose that annual event, like, helps kind of blend a bunch of things together. The fact that the StarCraft 2 season would blend from year into year. The EPT circuit, I mean. And even EWC as well. But it looks like our players are setting up. Yo, the show match is upon us. Again, it's been years since they faced off against each other. The last time they played was 2023 in the GSL qualifiers, which Scarlet did win 2-0. That is the most recent result from almost 3 years ago. That's crazy. So it's been almost 3 years since these two have played against each other, and here we go. We're jumping into the first game, spawning in the top right-hand corner of White Rabbits. We have the South Green Protoss player. It is SOS for Streamazerg.
SOS.
And spawning in the bottom-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Canadian Zerg player, the Red Zerg from representing Shopify. It is Scarlet. Here we go. It has been so long, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will win this series. Remember, this is a best of three, not a best of 5. And again, the last time these two played was in 2023. It has been years since they've competed against each other in a tournament. It's possible that maybe they hit each other on the ladder at some point in that time, but at least in a tournament competitive play, 2023, and it was in favor of Scarlet 2-0 in that qualifier. Since then, of course, the maps have changed, the meta has changed, the players have changed as well. SOS went on a big break, a big hiatus, recently did return to the game. Scarlet also took a big break and a big hiatus as well. But now they are back, they are ready, they have been preparing specifically for this show match for the past couple of months. Again, they've been preparing for months. And I would say that they should be closely matched. I guess what I mean by that is that so far in this tournament, it's been all one-sided. 2 0s and 3 0s all around. I would hope that this will be the first series that goes to the ace match. The first one tonight. We'll see. So now we're going to be opening up. So far, everything's looking normal. SOS does move out with his probe scouts. And is going for a Stargate opener. Now, if you haven't been watching much of SOS since his return to the game after his retirement, after his hiatus, SOS has been a lot more standard in his play. He's been less chaotic, less aggressive, less creative. I think he even said himself that, you know, he's not young anymore. He is not one to come up with as many builds as intensely, as crazily as he used to. But we'll see if he does spice things up a little bit here. So far, everything's looking normal, only so far. Meanwhile, a big shout to Jay Paralyzed in the chat. God, yeah, it's the Jay Paralyzed. Thank you so much for subscribing for 10 months, almost a full year of support. Thank you, Papa, thank you. We do appreciate the support. We do appreciate it. Gracias. As it's going to be a Void Ray opener. Okay, interesting. So Void Ray first, not Oracle. The purpose of a Void Ray opener is to deny vision. Deny vision, deny scouting, hunt down the Overlords, and make sure that Scarlet doesn't know what's coming next. It could be a Void Ray into a second Stargate, into a Fleet Beacon, into a Tempest Rush. It could be into second Stargate, into Mass Void Ray. It could be into a standard build. It could be into, you know, nothing crazy, nothing wild, into Blink. Eyes are on SOS. And now we have confirmation, so it was Void Ray into a second Stargate. So far it looks like a second Stargate into potentially Mass Void Ray. We could go Mass Oracle, more likely than that. We should be seeing a Fleet Beacon, so I should say, Fleet Beacon into Tempest. What's it gonna be? Oh, Mass Void Ray, okay. It's 2020 all over again. Not like this. As Void Rays are building up. For those who remember back in the day before the nerf to the Void Ray did receive a lot of nerfs though, in regards to production, in regards to capability. But back in the day, it used to be very common to open up double Stargate Mass Void Ray into Sky Toss. That was at the beginning of COVID, so 2020, 2021 era of StarCraft. And often, the first wave of Void Rays could even snipe the hatchery, the main base, I mean. The main hatchery, the main lair even would often be sniped. Seen many a hatchery, many a lair die to just mass flux mains. So it was a dark time in StarCraft. Dark time. Meanwhile, Double Adept shade into the mineral line. 2 Adept taking 1 shot drones. 3 drones go down already. Not a bad start here by SOS. Meanwhile, the Void Rays are still building up, and the first 2 reveal themselves early. Okay. They go for the 4th. The 4th base is cancelled. A nice start. But we need more than that. Remember, everything has been delayed in favor of these Void Rays, and cancelling a 4th base is not good enough. Scarlet does re-expand on the left-hand side. We'll see if SOS can rotate and force another cancel. Getting say pick in, Adept is in position. Oh, the Adept does not go down. Meanwhile, it looks like the Queens are keeping up with the rotation. Keep up with the Void Rays. I see in the chat, this is just a show match. Specifically, these two players, yes, this is a show match. This is a bit of a break from the main event. This is like an interim. But exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys don't have a look at it by yourselves. Meanwhile, the first queen does get sniped. Nice pick up. Queen goes down. Prismatic alignment is activated, and that's going to be another denial. Massive pickup here. Initially, it wasn't good enough, but now 2 cancellations. And a queen. You know, Scarlet amassing Hydras does get 1. 1 Voider goes down. We have 13 more Hydras in production. I remember Void Rays that don't really scale too well here. Unfortunately, SOS is stuck making more Void Rays. Ling Hydra, Scarlet may just be able to move out and just kill SOS. There's no splash damage. How many Zealots are there? Charge will finish in time. But a purely Void Ray defense, it's going to be lacking against Mass Hydra. Scarlet has arrived, knocking down the natural. Nice force shield. Void Rays a kite back. And SOS has to buy time for another warp in. Zealots they come in from behind. There's a couple of charge Zealots. Biles they do catch a sentry. So that's a good. SOS getting across the map. Bold move. Cybercore gets sniped. Zealots get into the main base. Ooh, no fight getting the queen. Oh, okay, gets 1. 1 queen goes down. SOS still making more Void Rays. God damn it. Making all the Void Rays. Temple Archives is done. Where's the storm, Pappy? Where's the storm? Now starting up. Storm is late. Scarlet is going for the all-in. Still joining up behind this, but is getting the highway ready. Scarlet can soon commit. Finds a free immortal. Oof. Oh my god. Master Stasis goes off. Okay. SOS trying to hold on. Zelda get across the map. They get into a mineral line. Decent damage. Catching out 6 drones. Getting a roach one as well. Sorry, getting a roach as well. Oof. As SOS tries to catch out the army. Oof. Biles don't quite land. But SOS is holding. Impressive. Very impressive defense here. Snipes the Hydras. Prism gets into the main base. Despite the double spore, not quite able to deter the Prism. Scarlet just wants to end the game. She just wants, but there's only 4 Hydras. Yo. Where are the rest of the Hydras here? Storms are popping off. Not enough anti-air. And Void Rays, they can just bully this back. 3, 2, 2 Hydras left. No shot. And SOS is actually holding. No shot. SOS holds, SOS defends. And now is perfecting his army. Now has Storm. Storm is done. Immortals are massing up. +2, Blink. Now there's going to be a window in time where SOS could actually outscale Scarlet pre-Lurker. That's the thing. Lurker Den is on the way. Hive is finishing up. If Scarlet can survive until Lurker, Scarlet can slow the game down. But before then, SOS has momentum. SOS moving out on the right hand side. Move out. Oh, able to storm and holding up to 3 more High Templar, 3 more storms. Biles are landing. land an okay storm. Ooh, Zealous, they coming from behind, going for the natural. Now the storm lands. Oh my god. Yeah, brutal connection. Storm is punishing. Yeah, the efficiency of that storm was insane. And SOS has done it. SOS is breaking the fourth base. At the same time, Zealous, they get into the mineral land, they get into the natural. And despite the quirky build, despite going into Mass Void Ray initially, SOS got away with it. SOS got away with it, and it is now snowballing out of control. We spoke about it, but there was a big window in time where SOS could break Scarlet pre-Lurker. And hey, Lurkers, they're still not ready. They're just now morphing in after the base went down. So the Lurkers, they're just too late. A little bit too late. But a shout out to the run-bys, the counterattacks, and the War Prism harass as well. Has excelled for SOS. Oof. As the fifth base goes down once again. Base goes down. SOS rotating. And again, SOS's army is looking terrifying. It all comes down to Lurkers. Like Lurker positioning, how the armies engage. The storms, true. Ooh, Zealous coming for a flank. Yeah, Scott's getting caught out. Yeah, getting caught out. Lurkers are out of position. Hydras are exposed. The Hydras are on their own. Oh no. Yeah, more storms just zone away the Lurkers, and Scarlet was just completely out of position. As Scarlet, her armor was just cut in half. Now every Lurker is going down. And again, unfortunately, Scarlet, as she rotated, her Lurkers are left behind, and now every Lurker falls. GG gets called. SOS takes game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, a very quirky build here by SOS, opening up with Mass Void Ray. And I'll be honest, I didn't believe. I was very skeptical of the commitment into Mass Void Ray. Was able to cancel the first fourth base and canceled again. I was very impressed that we saw a second cancellation on that fourth expansion, and then we saw the counterattack, the Mass Hydra counterattack. But we saw that SOS was being very patient. Very patient play out of SOS. Was more than happy to just give up on the wall, the gateways, the cyber core, the pylons as well. Really patient play, just warping in more zealots, as preserving those void rays as well, and eventually survived and snowballed out of control from there. Eventually we saw that SOS was able to outscale Scarlet, getting into the mid game. Again, pre-Lurker, we saw that SOS took some much better engagements, much better fights, broke the 5th expansion, and just snowballed from there. GG. GG, well played. Whew. And with that, SOS takes the lead, and SOS is 1 game away from claiming the series. Personally, I want to see an ace match. I want to see us go all the way to game 3, but we haven't seen an ace match yet tonight. Do we get it for the first time? Can we make it to that 3rd game? The pressure's on Scarlet. She has to fight back here and now. Let's go. Let's go. As game 2 is going to be the Old Republic. Yo, shout out to 36. Justice. Siema, siema. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss for Streamer Zone. It is SOS.
SOS.
And in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Canadian Zerg player. We have the red Zerg for Shopify Rebellion. It is Scarlet.
Scarlet.
Let's go. Let us go. Just catching up with the chats. Unconventional is SOS's comfort zone. I kind of like, I still stand by what I said earlier, and that is that if you've been watching SOS since his return from retirement, SOS has been very standard. Has been very standard in his play. It has not been very aggressive or very assertive or anywhere near as much as they used to in the past. But because these players have had, what, 3 months to prepare for this series, it looks like SOS has been preparing and has some things up his sleeve. So I'm excited to see what SOS brings to the table here. Again, I still was not convinced by last game's opener, but I mean, he made it work, and now he sets up the pylon in the natural. I believe there's no forge. I believe it is a fake out. As SOS intentionally throws down the pylon in the mineral line within vision. Wait, was it a forge? Yeah, fake out. Yes, it does fake out, does force an overreaction, so a nice start for SOS. As Scarlet did pull workers down to the low ground. Thankfully, not too many. I think it was 4 in total. I think it was the initial drone and 3 extra drones alongside it, so not the biggest reaction out of Scarlet, thankfully. So we're getting into our standard opener. I will see if SOS once again opens up Stargates. I wouldn't be opposed to the idea of SOS opening up Stargate, Void Ray, and then going for a Fleet Beacon, making it look like the same build, but mixing it up instead. There's a lot of power behind that, behind Mind Games. And hoping that you can force your opponent to misread. Speaking of, Stargate opener in the main. Show us the Void Ray. Target is finishing up, waiting for our initial unit of choice. Yep, there it is, Void Ray opener out of SOS. So this is kind of what we expected. As we mentioned, so far this is looking like the same build as last game, and I would want to see SOS from here either switch into a Twilight Council or into a Fleet Beacon. Make it look like the same builds, but instead bring something else to the table. Try to catch Scarlet off guard. We'll see. Now SOS in position for an expansion. Void Ray just now popping out. Void Ray into Oracle, we saw that last game as well. Ooh, was it a try to position? But the Void Ray is not. Ray zones away. Scarlet going for an extra wave of Lings. Up. Oh my god. This one drone goes down. Oracle breaks in. Thankfully doesn't find too much damage. The Scarlet holds. 2 true drone kills in total. Oh, and that is the second Stargate. Now, because SOS was distracted, I don't know if you noticed, but SOS was banking resources, so a late second Stargate, but instead we're going for the Fleet Beacon. This I do like. As we mentioned, the goal here, it looks like, is that SOS wants to make it look like the same build, when instead is switching into Skytoss into Tempest. So there should be double Tempest production. Technically, we could see double carrier instead. We have seen that from players that are hero in recent times, like opening up double carrier, but it is more niche, and I would say that excels on smaller maps. Stasis Drive goes off, double adept into the third, 2 more drone kills. So let's say shade in towards that natural. Getting more drones, oh god. Getting 3, getting up to 4, forcing out a Spore. Denied mining thanks to the Stasis Trap as well. And there it is. It is going to be double Stargate carrier production. Again, not unheard of, but it is more niche. Just because Tempest are more efficient, carriers, they're better for all-ins. Carriers, they have a little bit more burst DPS available to them to be able to fight through an army. Tempest are more efficient, and they're more kiteable, as you can kite insanely well with them. So a choice was made. SOS going for mass carrier. This is also more heavily reliant on keeping hidden. Just keeping it hidden, denying scouting. So we're going to be opening up. Spire's already on the way. Wait, hold on. Sorry, I blanked for a moment, but did the Overseer scouts? I assume it did. But clutch response with the Spire. Carriers are building up. But it seems like Scarlet should be ready with Corruptors. Now Scarlet going into Ling Hydra, which is going to be vulnerable to Storm. We can see SOS is investing into a ground composition and has actually stopped Skyjot's production. No more carriers. All that money is being spent on Gateways, Storm, and High Templar. So really interesting setup here. Now what SOS is doing, basically hard switching out of Skytos, is something that's Classic popularized a couple of years ago to great effect, but he would often open up Tempest first to get some value, right? Tempest have so much range, they can always recall back home, so you'd move out with the first couple of Tempests, get some pickoffs, get some damage done, and then switch into that ground-based composition instead. Here, SOS, I would say these carriers have not paid for themselves yet. But here comes Scarlet. Storm is not ready. Uh-oh. SOS needs a little bit more time. Needs more time. As Storm does now finish. And on the one hand, yes, Scarlet is maxing out, but she's maxing out on a Ling Hydra Corruptor composition. I don't know if Scarlet can actually break the 4. Unless SOS is out of position, true. Morphing and Banelings, getting ready for a run by. And remember, Scarlet is maxed. And can Scarlet break SOS before SOS maxes out? Banelings towards the third. I split out of SOS. Storm and the Ling Bane. Ooh, and the Ling Bane runs through the storms. Ay, ay, ay. The storms completely shut down the Ling Bane. And Scarlet's in a bit of trouble here. Oh boy. Second Spire. This second Spire tells us that Scarlet believes that she cannot kill SOS. Basically, she's getting ready for double upgrades. Double upgrades into Corruptor, into Infestor, Viper, Broodlord. She might still be able to break SOS, but is now preparing for a longer game. Oh, nice run by. And they get in. They get into the mineral line. SOS split. Ooh, tries to split, but not quite able to. 8 probe kills, 9 probes. 9 probes going down. 4th base is left exposed. High Templar don't have a storm, and 4th base goes down. Massive pickoff. That should not have happened. SOS out of position. Scarlet doing well. So far so good. Is there a chance Scarlet sticks around too long and we'll lose all this army? Yes, but the map might be large enough that Scarlet can afford some of these losses. Once again, SOS no units are ready. SOS, we have to split up our forces. As SOS races back home to defend. Completely out of position. Scarlet's main army headed towards the third base, and I believe SOS is nowhere to be found. There is an Archon, okay. Here's an Archon, it does not matter. Nexus goes down. Again, SOS is just being torn apart. Now, this is all well and good for Scarlet. The scary thing, though, and I'm sure we've all been there, SOS has built up a Deathball army. So even though Scarlet's done amazing when it comes to killing the third, killing the fourth base, dealing damage to the economy, one fight is all that SOS really needs. One good fight. SOS rotates. Nice storm of the Mailings. Oh, as two Archons get caught. Misstep there from SOS. Nice storm of the Corruptors. Lings, they break into the fifth, sorry, into the fourth. And once again, killing expansion. Remember, SOS is all in. SOS is all in with this army. Maybe kill Scarlet or dies trying. Zealous are distracted on the top side. Hatchery goes down. This is nice, but remember, SOS needs more than this. SOS needs to end the game. Oh, Scarlet supply blocks! Uh-oh. Big supply block for Scarlet. Scarlet's just making nothing but roaches. Scarlet collapsing in, going for the Mothership. Mothership goes down, and can Scarlet reset the carrier count? Gets one. Gets one. Is going to get up to two. Can we get up to three? No, it's not enough. It's not enough here. 1, 2, 3 carriers go down, but SOS is breaking through. Again, one fight, one main army, one engage is all that SOS needed, as SOS will just clean up the entirety of this army. And SOS has to keep going. SOS, we can't just stop this. 20 Hydras on the way. It's gonna keep going. Ideally, SOS wants to catch these Hydras as they pop out of the eggs. As they pop out. Oof. These Hydras are coming in from behind. Ooh, another storm on the Hydras. Another, oh no, another storm. Gee, oh my god. The storms are crazy. Yeah, the storms just keep on landing. Is there another storm left? There is. There's at least one more storm. Looks like almost two. GG gets called, and SOS will take the series 2-0. Claiming the win and getting his revenge in the Legends show match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Scarlet may have won IM Pyeongchang and become our champion many years ago in 2018, but here, many years later in the Legends show match, SOS does take the win 2-0. Still one-sided score lines, still no back and forth, but congratulations to SOS. GG. GG, well played, congratulations. Shout out to Scarlet. Again, Scarlet was playing well. Scarlet was playing well when it came to rotating, knocking down bases, knocking down expansions, but as we mentioned, it did not matter. SOS was building up to one big attack, an all-in, one and done. And we saw that SOS was able to break through the main army of Scarlet, was able to land some incredible storms, knocking down all the Corruptors, all the Hydras as well. Despite Scarlet's spread, the Corruptors were cleaned up before they dealt with the Sky Toss, and with that, GG. GG, well played. Yes, SOS had no fourth base, SOS had no economy, SOS had no bank, but SOS had the main army, had that death ball of a Protoss army. Broke through, GG. GG, well played. So with that, congratulations to SOS for claiming the series, Shadows and Scarlets for taking part, for competing, for practicing, and again, I can see a world where we could have had an ace match. I'll be honest, I feel like Game 2, Scarlet had some really nice moments and we could have seen a Game 3, but alas, GG. GG, well played. With that, we should be getting a winner's interview with SOS momentarily. So we should be getting a winner's interview, followed by a break, followed by the remainder of the main event. I believe up next, after this winner's interview, should be a best of 5 between Clem and Classic. Oh boy. Whew. Remember, we have 2 series left. It's going to be Clem versus Classic and Maru versus Rainer. Moment. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just dying a little bit. I haven't been getting much sleep as of late. Just catching up. But with that, yeah, we're going to be, again, wrapping up momentarily here. You can see in the background, they are getting that interview ready. Again, if you're in the chat, if you happen to be fluent in Korean and Hangul, would appreciate some translations, or even in Chinese as well. Would appreciate it. So we're about to get into that interview. And I believe they're also going to be interviewing Scarlet as well. If you recall, for the previous Legends show match between INnoVation and soO, they also interviewed both players. And it gave them their medals. As a reminder, this event is a celebration, celebrating the return of the Chinese server, so it's all about enjoying ourselves, having fun, especially when it comes to these show matches, and they're more than happy to give out legend medals for our legendary players. They're already provided to INnoVation and soO, now to SOS and Scarlet.
好的，欢迎回来。那我们也是进行一下赛后采访啊。那 SOS 选手，其实你一直是以战术大师闻名。那在第一场 Scarlet 踩上了那2个陷阱，当时也在你的计算之中吗？
지금 첫 세트 경기에서 스칼렛 선수한테 함정을 심었는데 거기에 스칼렛 선수가 빠져들었잖아요. 혹시 이거 예상했던 그런 상황인가요?
예상한 건 아니고 그래도 막으려고 최선을 다하다 보니까 좀 운이 좋았던 것 같아요.
我没有预测到，但是我的防守做得比较好，所以大概的情况我是可以接下来应。
是的。那在赛前采访的时候，SOS 说，他说他已经不是当年的他了，哎，他要成功复仇。那今天这场比赛被他拿下了，嘎姐，你觉得他变了吗
So gameplay-wise, do you feel like that SOS has changed?
I think he still plays very different from other Protoss players. The games are kind of weird against him. One difference is that he seems to want to play more defensive than he used to.
狗哥总是跟其他神猪打得不太一样啊，然后不过他觉得这一次有点不一样的就是，他觉得狗哥这一次比以前打得要更偏防守一点。
是的，不愧是战术大师。那其实这2位选手也是我们星际争霸的传奇老选手了，陪我们走过了很多的岁月。那我们也是想问一下2位选手，《星际争霸2》这款游戏对于你们来说，如果要用一个词来定义它在你人生生命当中的一个意义，你会用什么词来形容它呢？
스타크래프트 2가 오래된 게임인데 혹시 내 인생에 있어서 스타크래프트 2는 이러한 존재다. 단어로 하나 얘기하면 어떤 단어일 것 같아요?
Everything.
everything， 星际争霸2就是我的所有。
星际争霸2就是狗哥的一切。哇，那这个问题我们同样也想问一下 Scarlett。
So describe StarCraft 2 in your heart in one word.
I don't think I can just think of one word, because StarCraft has changed my life so much since I was pretty young. So, I mean, it has a really big meaning for me, but I can't think of one word.
嘎姐说她无法用一个词来形容《星际争霸2》在她心中的地位啊，因为自从她很年轻开始，就《星际争霸2》很大程度的改变了她的生活啊，所以这个是一个词没有办法来描述的。
星际争霸2对于我们现场的选手解说，包括我们现场的每一个观众来说，它都是有非常重要的意义在我们的生命当中的。那我们也是为2位选手准备了传奇选手的奖章送给他们，来也是有请我们的工作人员送上来。
Yeah, and it was great to hear from both SOS and Scarlett. GG, well played as we wrap up our final Legends show match of the day. But there's still plenty more StarCraft to come. As a reminder... Oh, sorry, we're not done. All right, the medals, the medals.
非常精彩的瞬间，这个也是授予他们最高的一个荣誉。
Give them out, Pappy. Give them out.
好的，再一次感谢2位选手给我们带来了非常精彩的比赛，把
Let's go,
掌声
let's
送给他们
go.。
那我们的比赛还在继续，稍事休息一下，一会儿回来。
Beautiful, beautiful. But yes, with that, GG well played. Again, congratulations to our 2 legends here, both Scarlett and SOS, for being able to bring us this best of 3 show match. Once again, we have yet to experience it back and forth. It's been non-stop 2-0s and 3-0s all night. Will that trend continue? We're going to be cutting to a break here. We're going to be back in 10 minutes time with our next series. We're going back to the main event, back to the quarterfinals. It's going to be a best of 5 between Classic and Clem. Once again, Classic is the Clem crusher. We have seen Classic defeat Clem in recent events. I think it was the most recent Wardy events that Classic did defeat Clem in the lower brackets. Likewise in the weeklies as well. I still want to say, I mean, I still will say that Clem is the best Terran player in the world, but I would say that specifically he's had a harder time against Classic specifically. I would favor Clem against even Hero, even Max, but against Classic it's a little bit more dicey. So we'll see if he can overwhelm, if he can overcome. Again, it's just a really brutal first round match. I said the same thing about Serral and Hero. For them to play in the first round is brutal. So best of luck to both Clem and Classic as they're going to be preparing for their best of 5. So we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. Enjoy yourselves. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines as we near the tail end of the broadcast. 2 series left tonight. We'll see you soon. See you soon, Bab. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the main event. Welcome back to the Thunderfire SC2 All-Star Invitational 2025 day number 1. We're back here in our top 8 bracket, and oh, we have our player intros. Let's go. We have our next series. It's going to be a TVP between Classic and Clem.
Classic。 好的，接下来让我们掌声有请他的对手 Clem。 让我们掌声欢迎 Clem。 好的，那欢迎2位选手来到我们的舞台中间进行一个简短的采访。那我们先问一下 Classic，
Let's go, we have our interviews.
上一次你跟 Clem 交手就是在我们的 EWC 上，当时你是横扫了 Clem， 今天想要几比几战胜他，并且今天在你之前的神族都赢了，想不想继续保持这个势头下去？
그 전에 클램 선수랑 EWC에서는 큰 점수로 이렇게 이기셨는데 오늘도 혹시 이길 자신 있는지, 그리고 첫 두 경기에 프로토스 선수들이 다 이겼는데 프로토스로서 이번 경기 이길 그런 자신이 있을까요?
우선 오랜만에 이렇게 큰 무대여서 긴장감은 있지만 그래도 실력은 자신 있기 때문에 충분히 이길 수 있는 자신감이 있고요. 또 앞에서 프로토스 선수들이 워낙 잘해줘가지고 나도 잘해야겠다라는 생각을 많이 가지고 있고, 네, 오늘 저도 이겨서 프로토스 전승하도록 하겠습니다.
首先的话，其实之前跟 Clem 的比赛的话，他也是这次有准备，然后以及站在这么大的舞台上还是有一点紧张，但是我还是相信我的实力，并且前面2位神族选手就赢下了2场嘛，所以我也会保持这个神族不败的记录。
捍卫神族荣光，不要紧张，我们现场的观众也可以给他一些掌声，给他一些鼓励。 好的，那我们这边想采访一下 Clem， 因为其实，在上次 EWC 之后，我们都知道你是回去有苦练你的 TVP 的。今天想不想在中国杭州成功复仇
So in the last year at the EWC, you lost to your Classic, and we know you've been grinding on the TVP, right? Are you confident you gotta get the revenge today?
Yeah, well, I play a lot of EU ladders, so I play like 90% Poros, so I'm definitely practiced. Now we're gonna see if it's gonna be enough.
他一般都在欧服练习嘛，欧服天梯的神族特别多，所以他觉得他的训练是 OK 的。
很有信心哦，已经训练了很多场这个对抗神族的办法。那我们也是非常期待2位选手给我们带来精彩的比赛了。好的，那接下来就要把画面交给我们最专业的解说席了。
Let's go. We have our TVP. Our players are getting ready, and it's going to be a banger of a TVP as well. And again, it's a really brutal first round match. Oh, God. It is going to be brutal here. Just catching up in the chats. I want to see Clem graciously take everyone's money. I mean, I said this before, and I'll stand by it. I do think that this is maybe Clem's toughest opponent in the entire bracket. If you haven't been watching StarCraft recently, you might not be aware, but there's a reason why we did call Classic the Clem Crusher. If we actually have a look at their recent results here, bam. I don't know if you can see here, but this is the most recent result. Classic, he beat Clem this weekend, or last weekend, Water TV Monday number 67, 2-1. Classic beat Clem in the Water TV Christmas Day show matches 3-2, and Classic beat Clem in the Wardy End of Year Championship, the Wardy 2025, 3-2 as well. So Classic is currently on a win streak against Clem, winning 3 series in a row, 2 best of 5s and a best of 3. To be fair, they all went to the ace match, right? 3-2, 3-2, 2-1, non-stop ace matches here. But in recent times, Classic has had the win over Clem. That is why I'm a little bit concerned. Serral, he already is out of the tournament, and it would be a shame to see Clem also out early on as well, because I know that both Serral and Clem are fan favorites, right? They're fan favorites, they've got a lot of hype behind them, and it would definitely take a lot of wind out of the sail of the event if they were both to go down this early on. Rainer's the other one. Like, Rainer's another one who's like a fan favorite who a lot of people can get behind. And if they go down early, it's like, oof, like it's... I feel like it takes away from the event itself a little bit. So, yeah, best of luck. Best of luck here as our players are getting ready as we speak. They are getting ready. Of course, Classic also beat Clem at RSL, and he also beat him at EWC. So, again, Classic has had the better results over Clem in recent months. We'll see if Clem can break that chain, break that win streak, and start the comeback here against Classic. Let's go. Let us go. And also, this might be the first series that we get tonight that is not 3-0, right? I would love to see a back and forth 3-2 in either direction, whether it's in favor of Classic or in favor of Clem. Let's go. Yeah, soon. I see we have 2 series left tonight. It is going to be Classic versus Clem and Maru versus Rainer. 2 matches left. Gibbs back to Gibbs. When it comes to TVP, when it comes to the history and how these two compare to each other, Classic has been a lot more mid-game oriented. Clem is typically the aggressor instead, and we'll see if that trend continues coming into this. I should also emphasize that because these two play so often against each other, there's often a lot of metagaming. They do, of course, grow as each series passes, and they do adapt to each other over time as well. Despite Classic's recent success against Clem, again, I can definitely see Clem bringing it back here. It's important to note that those recent wins were all ace matches as well, so no one-sided. No one-sided. I don't know if you saw that. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. I don't know if you noticed, but when they pan back and when they showed Classic's monitor, we'll see if they showed Clem's monitor here as well. Clem's is fine. These monitors are not adjustable, so Classic's monitor is actually on top of a pile of, like a stack of paper. Like, like a stack of A4 paper. Just to get it a little bit higher. Ay, ay, ay. We're going old school, papi. Let's go. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. We're panning back. You'll see it here if we go far enough. Yes, do you see? Again, it's. Is Classic's monitor different to Clem's? Is that why? Like, does Clem have the adjustable one and Classic doesn't? Maybe. Yeah. We've all been there. We've all been there. Just wants it higher? Okay, okay. Players are very particular. Oh, of course. I'm by no means faulting Classic for it. I'm more so leaning towards the idea that the monitor doesn't go high enough, unfortunately. So they gotta make do with what they have. The great stack of paper scandal. Someone get this man an adjustable monitor. Por favor. It could also be that Classic typically plays on like a desk that you can adjust the height of, so it's usually raised a lot higher as well, the desk itself. See, this is when you go full Demi. If you remember, Demi used to play with his mouse pad. He's played a couple of times with, instead of his mouse pad, he has a Bible on it to like raise it up a little bit higher. The holiest of Zerg players play on the Bible. Let's go. As we have our vetoes coming in, we have Tourmaline and White Rabbit vetoed out of Classic, Tidal Citadel and Celestial Enclave out of Clem. Clem has vetoed the larger, more macro maps. Meanwhile, Classic did veto Tourmaline, which is the more all-in aggressive map. White Rabbit is an interesting decision, though. I'm a little bit surprised that Classic did go for White Rabbit instead of, say, 10,000 Feet or Ruby Rock. So I'm curious as to Classic's plan on some of those smaller maps. So we have our map order. Game 1 on the Old Republic, Game 2 on 10,000 Feet, Winter Madness, Ruby Rock, and Mothership. Again, typically, and this is only like a general statement, but typically Terran players are more favored on the smaller maps, so I'm thinking 10,000 Feet and Ruby Rock, which should be in favor of Clem, as that will favor a more aggressive early game. Meanwhile, the larger maps are typically more in favor of Protoss if they can get map control, specifically. If they can get map control. That'll be the Old Republic, Winter Madness, and Mothership. I want to see, I don't know if he's like Classic, he's making sure the monitor doesn't topple over. I want to see him take out like 3 pieces of paper. I want to Yo, shout out to, I see in YouTube chat, just using the monitor as a paperweight for his long list of strategies. True. It's his notes. His book of Protoss builds. Oh no. Classic is ready. Looking like his OCD panic. No. He's just, all players are particular. I don't think Classic is usually one to have issues with nerves. At least from what I've seen. Oh, let's go. Going in. As our players are finally ready, vetoes are done, monitors have been adjusted, and we're jumping in. Jumping in. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss for Virtus Pro. It is Classic.
Classic.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the red Terran for Team Liquid. It is Clem.
Clem.
And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is? It is a Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our best of 5. Remember, there's going to be a best of 5 series here. And so far tonight, we have had non-stop one-sided scores. It's been non-stop 2-0s and 3-0s. 2-0s and 3-0s and nothing but that. I'm hoping that this is going to be the series to break that trend, to break that chain, and to give us a back and forth. I won a game 4. I won a game 5. I won an ace match. Give. Let's go. Coming into this, I do favor Classic, just because of recent results and recent performances. I do lean towards Classic in this series, but just like I emphasized before, even in the series that Classic has won, it has gone to the ace match. Like, it has been very close and very clutch, and it has been some time since those matches. And I want to emphasize that Clem and all these players, to be fair, are players that learn from these series. They grow from these series, and they adjust, they adapt, and this is the time for Clem to break that loss streak and to bring it back and begin that comeback against Classic. Let's go. Let's go. For now, we're going to be going for an economic opener. Rax expand, single gas opener out of Clem, going for the Marine first. So I believe Clem did skip his SCV scouts. I believe he skipped the SCV scouts, skipped the Reaper, and is cutting corners, even canceling early on and going for the going for the earlier tech lab. Okay. As he's scouting nearby for the early proxy location. Yep. Scouts with the Marine, making sure there's no proxy gateway. But again, this is a very greedy build here. This is very common amongst the Korean Terran players. Basically, we're not going for a Reaper scout, no Hellion scout, no SCV scout, working with very limited vision, cutting corners, being as efficient as possible. Now, this can be scary against Stargate-based play and, like, say, proxy Stargates and more quirkier builds. Can be scary. As we have Clem going for the add-on swap into safety Cyclone play. Meanwhile, Classic has his tech of choice, going for the Twilight Council. Because we're loading into a very large map, there is a chance here for Classic to cut corners and to go 2-gate blink into a third. So we'll keep an eye on the gateway counts. We'll see how greedy Classic plans on being as we adjust the volume. There we go. But we'll keep an eye on the timing of the third base for the Protoss. So far, there's a second gateway. So 2-gate blink. Adept shows up, delays mining, but only delays. No major pickoffs. As Classic does threaten a dive. Ooh, meanwhile, big delay in the starport. Okay, hyper aggression out of Clem. It was an economic opener out of Clem, if you remember, but he is delaying the starport. So a very late starport after the second and third racks. This means that Clem is going to be prioritizing stim. He made the safety Cyclone, but then just using the factory for add-ons, so he can rush into stim, rush into combat shields, rush into a heavy Marine army to be aggressive in the mid game with a heavy bioforce. Now, the downside here is that means that the starport is late, so no Banshee harass, no Raven harass, no medevac drop play, for example, either. So Clem has very limited vision, and he has very limited ways to harass across the map. It's all about that stim timing. Meanwhile, Classic does go 2-gate blink, so 2-gate blink into the third base, so very economic build here by Classic, going for the Robo after the third as well. So Classic is being greedy, Clem is cutting corners to go for that strong timing. We'll see if Classic can slow this down. It's going to be on Classic to be active with these Blink Stalkers, to be able to scout what's coming his way, here comes a hallucination, and to be able to delay Clem. You can see Clem is on patrol looking for the hallucination. Hallucination making its way into the main, and should confirm that the production's already done, that the upgrade's already on the way. Yep. Sees the starport is in the air, sees the Marine counts. Classic knows. So Classic is now aware that the starport was heavily delayed. You can see him instantly move out with those stalkers. As we mentioned before, it's all about Classic ensuring that Clem is contained and that any kind of move out is delayed. Breaks the lock on. Stim is not yet done, gets 1 Marine. 2. Nice control. 2 Marines go down. Volley on the Cyclone. Lock on is broken. So far, nice control out of Classic, but the upgrades are now done. So now Classic has to be that much more careful with Clem. At any moment, Clem can stim forward. Clem does get a couple of hits in, and here comes Clem's push. So Stim is done, Combat Shields is done, and +1 is finishing up as Clem gets across the map. And Classic, he did somewhat slow this down. He at least picked up some Marines. It's still going to be a tough hold. It's going to be a tough defense. So Clem has made his way towards the third base. You can see he's going for a split push. He has one drop on the left. He's got his main army on the right. I believe it's mainly Marine. Yeah, it's pure Marine on the left-hand side. Storm is not yet done, but the High Templar revealed, and that might scare Clem off. Oh! New sword. And Stims in again without Storm. It's going to be a tough hold here. Slow's moving forward. Classic's in position so far. He does defend at the same time. Clem trying to sneak in towards the natural. Doesn't get in. Wow, he does not get in. Nice stab with the High Templar though. Okay. Does snipe the Templar. Widowmines are rallying in, and Clem, can he break this expansion? It's so close. Oof. Yeah, still so close here. Couple of Stalkers to arrive. We're down to what, 4 Stalkers left. Marines, they drop into the mineral line. 8 probes go down. And in the end, Classic does hold. Classic, he holds on. Classic, he wants those Marauders. They're so low. Gets 2, gets 3. 4? Does he get all 5? Oh, good. Gets 4. 4, 5. Oh my, 5 Marauders go down. A nice cleanup here by Classic. Nice cleanup, but he did lose 8 probes. Remember, 8 workers went down. This could have been worse. This could have been game, right? This could have been game then and there. So Classic, he does hold, he does defend, he does shut Clem down. And now we're building up into the mid game. Now, because of the hyper aggression of Clem, even though he didn't kill, oh, he wants High Templar, Jesus. Even though he didn't kill, and even though he didn't end the game, he did do a lot of damage, and he's more importantly containing Classic. Classic, where's his 4th? He should have one by now. He should have a 4th base. With his 4th base being so late, that is why you can see the supply disparity. You can see the soup disparity here, and Clem, it's going to get larger and larger because Clem has a better economy, and he just forced a cancel. Cancel the 4th base. Classic is falling behind. And he'll miss the army. Classic, he'll miss the army here. Medivacs, they head towards the main. The Observer, the Observer got slipped up. He got tripped up back. He's dropping into the main base. Classic is not quite in position. He has a defensive storm. And Classic runs into the main army. Again, Classic, he has a lot of storms. He's trying to make use of this. Oh my god. Yeah, Mind Shot goes off. Clem needs to delay. He has to delay Classic, and so far he is. Again, Classic, he has like 6 High Templar and he can't use them. Cannot use them. And now we're forcing a longer game. We're forcing a longer game here, and again, Clem is in a better position. Dropping back into the 3rd. And again, Classic barely not keeping up. This 4th base should be denied once again. Basically, the first time the 4th base was delayed as heavily as it was almost game. Like, Classic just cannot keep up supply-wise. EMP goes up, Archons go down. And with that, Clem, he gets into the middle. No, Prism goes down. And where are the Templar? Where are the Storms? They're not here. And with that, Clem, he will begin the series with a lead. With a lead, with a win. We can see that Classic, he finally got across the map. But again, too little too late. He will lose his expansion, and he does not have enough to break Clem back at home. Clem has reinforcements. The boys are being pulled. Looks like there's 1 Storm available here for Classic. Storm lands at the main army, but across the map, yeah, Classic, he's just running out of steam. Running out of steam, running out of army. GG gets called, and Clem takes game number 1. GG. Whew. We don't often get a lot of crowd shots, but let's go. Love to see it. Love to see it. But GG, well played. Whew. As a Clem takes the lead in the series, again, a hyper aggression out of Clem. Classic was able to scout, he was able to confirm what was going on, and Classic somewhat delayed the push, but the defense was not good enough. Again, he just wasn't able to delay long enough. He wasn't able to pick off any Marauders as they made their way across the map, or the Medivacs, or just buy enough time. Yes, he survived the push, but as we were trying to emphasize, it did enough damage. He killed 8 probes, and he ensured there was no 4th base. So macro-wise, Classic could not keep up with the 3-base economy of Clem. So Clem was just able to overwhelm and snowball out of control from there. GG. GG, well played. You also saw that one of the reasons why the 4th base was so late is that Classic went into 3-base Storm, and he had a lot of High Templar. He had like 6 Templar, but he never got to make use of it. He wanted a main fight, and Clem was not giving it to him. Clem was going for drop play instead, and the High Templar were never where they needed to be. GG. GG, well played. With that, Clem takes the lead, and based on how the broadcast has been going, does that mean we get a 3-0 in favor of Clem? Maybe? Maybe. Again, we have yet to see a back and forth. I will say that this series has the highest chance for a back and forth, but the pressure is now on Classic, especially because Old Republic was meant to be the Protoss map. That was meant to be Classic's map, and now we're loading into 10,000 feet. Now, the reason why I say this, if you remember at the start of the series, I spoke about generalities about these maps. How smaller maps typically favor Terran, larger maps favor Protoss. That was a larger map, and Classic was unable to survive the aggression, even on a larger map like the Old Republic. So now if the shift gears are going into a smaller map, this is where Classic has to take a different approach. Playing greedily, not going to work out well here. Go, Clem. Putting his hands together. Santa Maria, papi. You can do it. You can do it. In the bottom right-hand corner, we do have the French Terran. It is Clem.
Classic.
Oh, sorry, Classic. In the top left, we have the red Terran player, the French Terran. It is Clem for Team Liquid. Classic for Brothers Pro.
Clem.
There we go. Here we go. As Classic spawns in bottom right, Clem top left. And welcome to 10,000 feet. Fun fact, 10,000 feet has a very small rush distance by ground, shorter rush distance than, I believe, any other map in the map pool. So very short rush distance. You can also try to force these more awkward bases. You can expand towards your opponent. Aggression is typically favored here, which is why we expect aggression not just from Clem, but also from Classic as well. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Phasor in the chat. Phasor213, guy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for 26 months in a row. Thank you, papi. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. There we go. As Clem once again goes for an economic opener, goes for the rack to spend. Economic starts out of our Terran player. Also going Marine, skipping on the Reaper. So we have the same build 2 games in a row. Same build, same opener. We'll see if Clem delays the starport, if he goes for the racks into factory into 2nd and 3rd racks again. If he just does the same build period, or if he does adjust from here. Already Reactor. So last game, remember, it was Rax Marine into Tech Lab into early Cyclone. This time it's Rax Marine into Reactor, not Tech Lab. So no early Cyclone production. This time we can go for an add-on swap into Reactor Hellion, or we can start reactoring our Marines early on instead. Hellions would provide a little bit of scouting information. Classic going for the Twilight Council into Blink. Eyes are on the add-ons. Yep, no. Oh. So he's going for the 1-1-1. Okay, very different follow-up. Remember, we spoke about this. Last game, we had a big delay on the starport. This time, no add-on swap, Reactor to Rax, and going into a Widowmine drop instead. And we can go Widowmine drop with Reactor Marines. Oh. Okay. Meanwhile, I assumed it was going to be I assumed it was going to be Twilight Council opener into Blink, but no, Twilight Council opener into DTs. Cheeky build here by Classic. Very cheeky. So Dark Templar can end the game. Straight up. The Invisible Man is a pretty good unit in most matchups and can end the game. The way this works here is that if Clem mules. If he mules at the wrong moment as DTs go in, they can do critical game-ending damage. So we are heavily reliant here on whether or not we hold on to energy for a scan and whether or not Clem even scouts ahead of time. Now remember, because Clem did skip the Reaper and he skipped the Hellions as well, he skipped Reapers, he skipped Hellions, because of that, Clem has zero vision. Clem has zero vision, zero scouting. The first bit of scouting that Clem is about to achieve is with this Widowmine drop. So the Widowmine drop is moving out and he needs to get into the main base. Otherwise, he will see nothing, he will know nothing. There we go. We have the triple Widowmine drop. Classic does he zone away. Medevac making its way into the main. Here's in. And if he goes to the right, he'll scout. He doesn't. Yeah, doesn't go for the right. Jesus, mine shells don't quite connect. Delays mining. Widowmine is scuttling in. Does he get vision? Does he scout with that Widowmine? He's going for the middle. Does he see? He does. He scouts. Whew, he scouts, but it's too late. It's too late. DTs are in the bases. There's going to be one scan soon, but no scan is available here. But the Raven pops out in time. Oh my god. Just pops out in time. You could see Clem's reaction as well to scan the Dark Shrine. But again, a clutch Raven here. 4 SCV kills, but that could have been so much worse. Whew. GG. With that, DTs, they do some damage, but not enough. Now, what is scary here is that this was a big investment here by Classic. He does get his third base down, and we'll see how we can get into the mid-game here. The DTs, they are still going to be posing a threat. They may even force out some turrets out of Clem. That would be the ideal. For now, though, Clem is keeping his Raven at home to make sure he has detection. So Clem is building up at home on 2 bases. Classic claiming his third, getting into charge. Oh, once again, early storm. I'm still not too fond of this. I mean, this works really well against all-ins, right? Against like these main frontal pushes. If you remember, last game this didn't succeed and this didn't work out well because Clem was going for drop play. He was splitting up his armies, he was splitting off, and he was going for a drop after drop, going for these split pushes, and Classic couldn't really make use of his storm. We'll see if he's able to this time. Vikings do zone away. And the drop does slip past. Just barely. Slips by, slips past. The Archon dropping into the main base mineral line. Ooh. Catching out one of the Stalkers. Same time at Epsay, get into the natural, okay. Classic testing the reactions here from Clem. Clem doing the same, dropping across the map. You're aware of the defenses, late reaction out of Classic. Yeah, late response, late reaction, nice target firing out of Clem. Does get 2, does get up to 3. 2, 3. 3 probes go down. Oh, the prism goes down, the High Templar goes down. Massive slip-ups here from Classic. That should not have happened. That was an Archon and a War Prism going down for free. So Classic with some big miscontrol, and now here comes Clem's main army. Now, what is huge here is that because that Prism went down, that takes away so much micro potential. Being able to juggle, lift units is crucial. Now, with this many High Templar, is it going to be good enough? Ooh, tank volley on the High Templar. Yeah, tank shots are going off. And Clem wedging himself in between the bases. Pushing in towards the natural. Splits off some Marines. Nice sniper on the High Templar. He has 1 Templar left. He's got 1 Storm. Didn't waste it. Good call. Didn't quite waste it here. He's going to be zoning. But again, this is going to be a clutch hold here from Classic. And so far, he's holding on. He's barely holding on. He's holding. He's defending. As Zelsa getting to the natural. And getting 2 SCVs. Could have been worse. Whew. And are we stabilizing from here? It's still going to be a difficult hold. I mentioned this earlier, but this is a very small map. It favors aggression, and defending that 4th base for Classic is going to be difficult. When you see Clem making a beeline for that 4th, Classic is somewhat in position. Yeah, he holds. Classic, he holds on. Ooh, brutal mine shot. Brutal connection. Another push on the right-hand side. Classic, he does have a storm. Storm does land. He's got 1 more storm in the chamber. Colossus production has begun. If he can get Colossus out, he can stabilize. Another storm creates the army, but oh, he will lose one of the Robos. Massive pickup. Robo goes down. He loses one, loses both. Oh no! Both Robos go down. 0 Colossus. Massive loss here for Classic. You can see Classic is banking up so many resources. Oh my god, but Clem, he just stands in the storm. Okay. But both players slipping up. I mean, Clem, it's still bigger news here that he sniped both Robos. Like, that's still a bigger win for Clem. But he did lose a full drop. So Classic finally something going his way. As again, Classic, he has to spend his money here. He needs those Colossus. Oh. He backs up, popping up. Storm was premature. A little bit premature. Clem once again slipping by, going for the natural. He wants those Robos for a second. Nice shot. Classic, he just wants Colossus back. Ay, ay, ay. He's not gonna get him. And Clem, he trades well. Trades well here at the natural. Abusing this position here as it takes so long for Classic to rotate over. As Classic is distracted, Clem does push towards the 4th base. Deep-powering some gates. Game is getting depowered. We get some OK storms. Once again, though, I still don't see any Colossus production. Just now starting, so late. 11 minutes in, 11:30 even. Oh, as we have a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything's okay. Yeah, hopefully everything's okay. When it comes to the game itself, Clem does have momentum, not as much as he would have liked. I will say that Clem has been a little bit wasteful with some of his drops inside of his army, but for the most part, momentum is in his side, and he is close to breaking his opponent. Now, there is going to be a big shift once the Colossus come back online. Once we actually get the Colossus into the mix here, then it's going to be more difficult for Clem to close it out. He does have some Vikings. Viking production did begin quite some time ago, so I still don't know how many he has, though. That's the thing. We haven't panned over to Clem's main army, so I don't know how many Vikings there are. Whether there's 2, 6, 8, we'll find out. We'll find out. But that break does help Classic here when it comes to just gathering his thoughts. Just because of the high momentum based play that we just had from Clem. Go DT into top right. Colossus are on the way. He's already got 2. Oh, okay. First 2 Colossus have arrived, getting up to 4. You can see that Classic, he is now finally building up his mid-game army. Classic is getting into his own. And Clem is turtling. Oof. So we spoke about momentum earlier. Clem, he no longer has any. Clem is turtling up on 4 bases and hoping to max out. It's going to be up to Classic to find a way to break the defenses. As Colossus' range is still not yet done. Both players are maxing. When it comes to Clem's composition, there's a very high chance that even though Clem is maxed out, he's going to stay defensive until he builds up his Liberators. That often does occur in TVP. So we'll see if that's going to be the case for Clem. Ooh, Prism goes down. Grazes the army with the Storm. Vikings move in, the Colossus are exposed. Yeah, Stalkers are not quite in position. Archons are going down. There's a very messy fight here at a Classic, bleeding out so many units. He threw away a couple of Archons. The SimCity did mess up the attacking AI there for Classic's army. Yeah, the Vikings do bully. Getting one, getting two carriers. Sorry, carriers? Colossus. Two Colossus go down. Clem is still yet to get into those Liberators. It's not there yet. Oof. Little storms. Storms are landing. And where are the ghosts? I feel like the ghost count is very low. We have 5 ghosts being made. And we need those ghosts. We need those EMPs. Ooh, nice cloak. Gets a decent EMP. Lands on 3-eyed Templar, but there's still more storms coming in. Another. Oh, Jesus. Classic has to be so careful with those Templar. They're so prone to clumping. Oh, the EMP does graze them. Better EMPs. Yeah, Classic has been a little bit too cavalier with those High Templar. As many of them have been clumping. As Clem is trying to expand, but Classic has every base on the map. And again, Classic's goal here is to try to break at Clem's center expansion before Clem perfects his army. If Clem can max out with a higher Liberator count, then he will not be broken, but he's not there yet. Army blinks in, Colossus go down, the storms are late. Those Zealots, they just chew through the Bio army. Yeah, Zealots, they get through the Marauders. Oh my god, massive storms, Jesus. Yeah, storms do land, but with those, they were the only storms. But it looks like Classic, he's going to be able to reinforce. He's pushing forward. You can see how low the army is. Nice kiting. Kites back to a choke point. Nice EMP on the Zealots. Classic, he knows he's so close to breaking Clem. He's so close. Un poquito más. As Clem is barely hanging on, and I think that Classic has done it. I feel like Classic has done it. Why do I say that? Well, Classic has a bank. He has a 2k bank, so he just has to spend his money. Just has to warp in. Easier said than done. As there we go, warps in 10 Zealots at a time. Jesus. Oh my god. As the medevac pulls out. Fun fact, this is actually buying time. Classic is completely distracted by that drop. So it is buying time. It's distracting. Classic is max and he has to trade. Nice NG overcharge. Classic is getting ready for his run by. He's pushing forward. Again, if it wasn't for that drop, I feel like Classic would have broken Clem by now. But Clem, he's bought a lot of valuable time. We have wasted Colossus shots on the CC. Gonna move in. So again, the MVP drop out of Clem. He was down 40 supply. Oh. Prism gets into the main. There are 2 Vikings. Yeah, thankfully there's 2 Vikings in position. Oof, Zealous hit the would-be 5th. As Stalkers, they blink a little bit too far forward. That's 3, 4, 5 Stalkers going down. Oh my god. Planetary does punish. Oh, the Prism survived? No, shot. The Prism. Remember, there were 2 Vikings, but Clem, it looks like he may have pulled them back too soon. That Prism should not be alive. Massive warping into the main. Aye. That Prism is still alive in there, by the way. And the Planetary finally goes down. Planetary falls. As we mentioned before, like Classic, when he pushed in between the bases, that was his moment, and he was able to break through. No detection! Oh no! No detection! Massive catch for Clem. Catching out the High Templar. Observer comes in, Observer gets sniped. But there's still too much on the ground. GG gets called. Classic fights back, and we have a tied series. Finally, for the first time tonight. GG, well played. SC boy. But GG, well played. With that, Classic does fight back, does put a point on the board. Again, Clem, he did have momentum early on, but he wasn't quite able to keep that up. If you remember, he was going for a bunch of drop play, he was moving in, he was getting some damage done, he was delaying the economy, he was sniping the robos time and time again. That was very impressive. But eventually, Classic stabilized. Classic was able to stabilize, able to get his 4th base up and running, able to get into his own robo production, and able to take the entire map. We spoke about this, and this is why we mentioned at the start of the series how larger maps typically favor Protoss because they're able to get map control. And you saw that here on a smaller map, to be fair, where Classic was able to take every base on the map, able to max out, build up his bank, and break the center expansion. GG, well played. There were some nice moments for Clem, like that one drop into the main base, which distracted and allowed Clem to actually have a chance in the game. But even then, it still was not enough. Even then. As we're now getting into game at number 3. Bearing in mind as well that this is a best of 5. Best of 5, so we have plenty of games ahead of us, plenty more games to come. Plenty more games. It's catching up. As we're tied up here, and game 3 is going to be on Winter Madness. Here we go. Again, this is to decide who takes the lead in the series, who gains momentum. Winter Madness being one of the larger maps, being one of the more defensive maps as well. It's going to be difficult here for our Terran player to keep up that momentum, to be aggressive and to slow down Classic. Oh boy. The pressure's on Clem here. Pressure's on. Again, it's on these larger maps where it is easier for the Protoss to maintain map control and to be able to mass expand, if given room to breathe. Well, let's go. spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the blue Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss. It is Classic for Virtus Pro.
Classic.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the French Terran player, we have the red Terran. It is Clem for Team Liquid.
Clem.
And here we go. And again, welcome to Winter Madness. Winter Madness is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Larger map, but longer rushes despite ground. It does allow for more defensive play. It allows for players to build up to 4 bases a little bit easier and to gain that map control. So we'll see how Clem will adjust. And for the first time this series, do you see what I see? Double gas. Double gas opener out of Clem, going for a faster factory, going for a much more tech-heavy start. This is kind of what we expected out of Clem. On a map like this, you need to be aggressive, need to be in the face of your opponents. You cannot just let them gain map control. They got to fight for it. From here, players are building up. Again, factories on the way. Technically, from here, we could turn this into a one-base all-in, but one-base all-ins are quite rare. We expect them from players like Gumiho, like Ryung, like Oliveira back in the day. So Clem should be just going for a delayed CC. And there it is. CC is on the way on the high ground. Also, for the first time this series, Reaper. Because of the double gas opener, it is going to be Reaper first. Into a 1-1-1. From here, Clem can go into early Banshee play, can go into early Cyclones. Tech Lab is in production. Tech Lab is on the factory. Which again, it could just be for an add-on swap. Never mind going for the safety Cyclone. Going for the Cyclone, going for the early drop. Here comes a medevac. Nice catch out of Classic. And Classic is going for extra gateways. Again, he's aware that it was a late CC, so he's going for 2 more, so it's going to be 3-gate blink. Three-gate blink into a robo, all on 2 bases, so very safe play here by Classic. Is it going to be enough though? Drop into the main. Remember, it's a Cyclone and 4 Marines. Classic trying to keep up. Breaks the lock on. Uh-oh. Oh no! Lock gets broken and Clem! A bit of miscontrol out of Clem. He did go too far forward. Does barely get away. Whew, that could have been so much worse. That could have been awful. But Clemmy gets out. He gets out. Now we see what the add-on swap is for. It's going to be for Cloak Banshee. So early Tech Lab into Cyclone, into add-on swap into Banshee play. Banshees are making the way across the map. Good morning, Ice Time. Good morning. Good morning. I mean, it's 2-1. No, it's wrong on screen. No, it's 1-1. This is game 3. This is game 3. It is 1-1. As Clem makes his way across the map and does get on top of the third base, was unable to be slowed down, and he will kill the third. Massive pickoff. Ay, ay, ay. Again, hyper aggression here by Clem. He breaks the third, dropping, pushing in towards the main. No detection. Oh, God. No detection in the main base. Classic takes 2 extra tank shots as well. A very shaky defense here by Classic. Yeah, as he's moving out across the map for the counterattack. Classic, he fails to find any reinforcements. And this might just be too much. Cybercore goes down. Charge is almost complete. Classic trying to come in from behind. Cloak is activated. Nice blink here from Classic. Takes down both tanks. And Classic's going to clean this up. But the problem here is he already lost his third. Remember, Clem, you already got what he wanted. You already got what he wanted. He already claimed the third base. And now the pressure's on Classic for some counter damage. He's not out of this yet, but he has to achieve something across the map. And the Banshees are still out there. Okay, Clem is in position. Oh, there's a recall back home. And Clem holds. Clem he holds, Clem defends, and Clem is ahead. Clem is on 2 bases versus a 2-basing Protoss player, so Clem has a better economy. Now turning this into the larger army, he's getting his own 3rd CC, limited production as well. Again, there was a little riding on that first push, but as we mentioned, the Classic, he failed to spot the move outs and failed to get ready for the Banshees as well. As finally one Banshee goes down. As Clem does push right down mid. Consuming the bases, so going for the Robo. The Twilight Council even. Whatever he can get. Oof. As Clem, he will lose his first tank. The tank goes down. Storms are a little bit lackluster, can't get quite close enough. And once again, even though Clem doesn't kill Classic, he gets 11 probes. 11 workers go down, the Banshee just popping up from the main base as well. And Clem still just getting further ahead. As Clem can soon take his own 3rd. Yeah, so again, we have plenty of high tempo in the center, but Clem has momentum. He has the army supply. It's one of those cases where the super is not lying. He is a little bit overstimmed, but I don't believe there's any defensive storms. Yeah, the 3rd base is forfeits once again. And we're going for the base trade. We're going for the base trade. It's the best chance here for Classic. It's not ideal. It's all he's got. It's all he's got. What else can he do, Pat? His liberation has arrived. Oh no! The Mind Shot goes off. Get some decent storms. This Classic is trying to make his way into the bases. And it's heavily supply blocked as well. Yeah, no warpins, no reinforcements. Clem should be able to defend. Oh. Nice connections. Nice connections here out of Clem. Catching out the Archons, the Immortals. And with that, he will claim the game and take a lead in the series. GG gets called. Clem, he does put a point on the board. And Clem takes a 2-1 lead in this best of 5. GG. GG, well played. Winding it back, it all came down to the initial push. Remember, Clem, he built up to 2 tanks, built up to 2 Banshees, and Classic, he failed to scout the push, he failed to scout the build. He was unable to slow it down, and he just lost the third. The army just sieged up within range of the third base, and GG. GG, well played. Fun fact, Clem has won the game on both large maps, both on the Old Republic and on Winter Madness, not because he played macro, but because he was hyper aggressive on these larger maps, and Classic has been caught out twice now. Twice now he's been caught with his pants down, unable to stop these hyper aggressive builds, and oh boy, now the pressure's on. Can he force the ace match? Personally, I want to see a game 5, regardless of who wins, whether it's Classic or Clem, but we'll see. We shall see. It's a bit of a shame just because it sounds like my voice is dying a little bit here. I feel like my throat is fine, but maybe not. I can keep going, baby. But I think it's just because we took a week off from casting, so maybe my throat is not used to casting this much anymore, at least for now. So I'm going to at least finish the series. I'm going to try to at least finish the series. It's a shame because Maru versus Raynor is right after this, but might just have to wrap it up after this series, and then we'll be back tomorrow. Smurge, man, smurge. I can keep. I've got the stamina to keep going, but my voice is dying. But this is what happens when you take a week off. But here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss of Virtus Pro. It is a classic.
Classic.
And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the red Terran. It is Clem for Team Liquid.
Clem.
Here we go. And welcome one more to Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock is one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Smaller map, shorter rushes by ground. Aggression is favored here, and we are expecting to see some more aggressive builds. We'll keep an eye on both players. Once again, though, Classic should be on edge just because of what's been happening so far in this series. And we'll see if he can be better prepared and survive the onslaught from Clem. Double gas. Oh, 2 games in a row. 2 games in a row. Double gas opener out of Clem. Once again, faster factory. Last game, this was faster factory production. Cyclone into early tanks into Banshee play. I don't expect to see the same builds, but we could see something similar. Regardless, it's going to be tech heavy. By the way, this event's hours start is hectic, 5 AM in Europe. Yeah, I think I don't think Wardy is casting, right? I know that Wardy's streaming, but is he just like recording? Yeah, what? Oh no, sorry, he is casting. Okay. Yeah, here we go, we're getting into our next game. But because it's so early, that means I think Pig is casting as well. Pig rarely casts tournaments, so just because he has like a proper schedule, like a streaming schedule. So because it's earlier, he's able to actually cover it. But now that we have our 1-1-1, interesting that this time we have a Hellion production. Remember last game, there were no Hellions, we had a tech lab instead. Yeah, Chanchito. Just because most tournaments are at a more like EU friendly time. Thankfully, this one is not. But my voice happens to be dying anyway, so smudge, right? Smudge. I'll make some tea after this. Make some tea. Sorry, I was meant to be muted for that. But we have a mind drop. Well, the mind drop is moving out. We'll see if Classic can keep up. Got spotted with the initial hallucination. So far, so good. Classic does intercept. Since that, Baby, will you be covering Homestory Cup? Maybe. I have to reach out for that. Maybe on that one. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of things happening IRL, so we just haven't been able to. We haven't been able to cast recently due to IRL commitments. There's an update on Discord if you're interested. Here's update. But we've been the B stream for the past like what, 5 Homestory Cups? We'll probably be the B stream again, depending on our availability, I guess. Depends. As what Iron Drop does hit the main. And so far catching out 2 probes. Oh! Nice reborrowing. Going for he's hunting him down. He wants him back. No. He doesn't quite get them, but that's a 9 mining time. 2 probe kills so far. Only 2. Again, so much lost mining time. We have 3 gateways on the way, so Classic looks like he's going for a hyper-aggressive response. 4 gate blink. 4 gate blink stalker, so hyper-aggression out of Classic. He's going to be moving out. He does have a robo, and we are waiting for the prism. Oh, no, sorry, he goes for the Nexus? Oh. Okay. I mean, you saw the Observer. The Observer was pointing out the gateways as well. Like, that's a higher gateway count, but Classic doesn't have a way to reinforce, and he's expanding. Gets into the main at least. It doesn't get the add-on. Yeah, it does not get the add-on. Further in, gets 3 probes. 3 probes for a Stalker. That's a decent trade for Classic. It's okay. It's okay. Clem moves out. Storm is still halfway done. Bearing in mind this is no intention of killing Classic, but we'll see if Clem can maybe find some value here, get into the mineral line, even get the High Templar, break out his medevac, even go for that Tosis Pylon. 4 probes, not bad. Gets full workers, and instead of going for the Pylon, he's going straight for Storm. No shot! He gets it. Storm goes down. Oh, and that is brutal. Massive delay. Now there's no splash damage. The drop continues going further into the middle line. 10 probes go down. And if you recall, I said, hey, I don't think this drop is going to really end the game just to harass. He's ending the game. Like, this is critical damage. 13 probes and Storm and a High Templar. This is game-ending damage here. We have more units rallying towards the northern base. Classic cannot keep up. And this series was the closest series we've had so far. This is the only series that has gone back and forth and been more than just a 2-0 or 3-0, but I was hoping for an ace match. Not so sure it's going to happen. Not anymore, as there was just too much damage dealt here. Lost mining time earlier, 14 probe kills, 0 splash damage for that much longer. Like a Protoss without Storm and without Colossus, I mean, what could he do? He can feedback. True. Feedback away, back. As Clem's supply is getting larger and larger. Getting his third base up and running. Orbital's morphing in. As we do get a Prism into the main. Another Prism. Okay, Prism gets out. Prism does barely get out, going for a warp in. Adepts, they're finding damage, they're distracting Clem. This isn't bad. The problem here is that there was so much damage sustained earlier, right? Like, this is good damage. We still need more. Classic needs more. Storm is halfway done. As the Prism has to recall. Let's get away. Oh, did I speak too soon? For a moment, I was like, yo, are we gonna hunt down the Prism? Drop behind the mineral, and I want to say that Clem was looking for that, sorry, for that Temple Archives. I was looking for it, didn't find it this time. But again, Clem has so much to work with here. Up 50 supply. Now going for the third expansion. And again, it's just been snowballing out of control this entire game. Ever since that drop. It's gotten out of control, Pat. And that loss streak, Clem is breaking it. We mentioned this at the start of the series where Clem, he's lost the last 3 series, 2 best of 5s and a best of 3, back to back to back against Classic. But finally, a win on the board here. As Clem is almost maxed out. Storm is done, true. Storm is finally complete, and Storm is, it's a good spell. It's a good zoning tool. But, can it make up for a 70 supply deficit? Oh, yeah. Oh, does lose 2 full medevacs, okay. We'll bleed out 2 full medevacs, but alas, Classic is still only on 2 bases. Oof, Army sends in, tanks the Storm. He just tanks it back. And it looks like there's the one final Storm. Once you get a decent connection, the Storm did well for itself. But you can see, yo, Clem, he's nodding along, Babby. He knows, he knows. See, Babby, see. Starter steps in, takes out all the Stalkers, denies the warp in. GG gets called, and Clem, he will take the series 3-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Clem elated with his win here, and again, Classic has had Clem's number in recent months at EWC, at RSL, at the Wardy end-of-year events, but no, Clem finally gets his win here at a big major tournament. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Congratulations, Clem. He has made it through, I would say, his toughest opponents. Like, unironically, I would say that in this tournament, the biggest threats here to Clem would be, would have been Classic. I think I'd say the other one is Raynor. I do actually really like Raynor's ZVT more than Serral's ZVT, specifically against Clem. Like Serral, I still would say is the best Zerg player in the world, but Raynor has some really fun ZVT, and we're gonna get into that after this series. GG, well played. Speaking of ZVT, again, after this series, Maru versus Raynor is going to be taking place. Unfortunately, though, as you can hear with my voice, it does sound like I'm losing my voice a little bit. Stamina-wise, I'm good to go, but I guess this is what happens when taking a bit of a break from casting. Again, unfortunately, our schedule hasn't really been able to line up too well. I did leave an update on Discord a couple of days ago in regards to why we were absent, but we did take almost a week off from casting, and because of that, it does look like maybe my body can't handle the casting anymore. So Yeah, gonna take it easy here. There's still one series left, so enjoy the next series. Enjoy it. It's gonna be amazing. It'll be beautiful again. Maru versus Rainer is gonna be a banger. It's gonna be a banger. I'm jealous. I'm still also I won't be able to cast it. We are gonna be provided replays, so I will most likely be casting afterwards. I'll be casting via replays. Our schedule's so busy right now, but we might do like a catch-up stream. As we have a winner's interview.
恭喜 Clem 获得了比赛的胜利。那我们也是想问一下，刚刚在友谊局里面 ，Classic 是一个闪追开，然后你是一个导弹车机枪兵，然后在前期优势的情况下，导致 Classic 来跟你换家了。你看到他跟你换家的这一瞬间，你当时做出的应对跟决策是什么样的呢
So Clem, congratulations. And on map 3, Classic played the Blink Stalker opening. And you open with one drop of medevac with the Cyclone and the Marines. And so you had like basically you had an advantage in the mid game. Then you got into a base trade situation. So what was your thoughts at that moment?
Man, I mean, the start of that game was very close. Like, if I lose that medevac, that was one hit away from dying. The game is like over instantly, pretty much. So I was a little bit fortunate there, but I think my push was good with the Banshees, and he played a little bit greedy as well, going like Storm and the third base so fast. So I think the tank pushed it very well, but after it got kind of scary when it was a base trade, but base trading against like a lot of Storms like that is not always the worst idea because he doesn't have a lot of gateway units to actually like go in and do damage, and it usually works out pretty well, and that game he did.
首先就是开局的时候其实是很惊险的啊，因为那一船兵啊差一点掉了啊，如果那船兵掉的话，他当时那局就很难打了。然后他后续的，他觉得他后续的坦克女妖的推进啊，还是取得一定成效啊。然后最后进入到一个换家的局面的时候，他其实那个时候是很有信心的，因为当时 Classic 的部队有大量的闪电啊，他的其他的兵种非常少，所以在换家的过程中，神族的部队其实是拆建筑比较慢啊，在这种情况下，他觉得他那个时候就赢面很大。
是的，对于战局的把控非常的好。那其实我们知道 Clem 选手他的一个 TVP 的胜率是非常高的，有没有什么关于 TVP 的小经验、小技巧可以推荐给我们的呢
So you have a high TVP win rate. And do you have any like suggestions to all the Terran players in this matchup?
I don't know, it's tough, man. I don't do very well in practice, but sometimes tournaments just go better than what happens in practice. But I think right now in TVP, most of the time you kind of just want to camp and wait for a late game because Terran is quite a bit better in the late game. But it's not really my strength, and today I felt pretty good mechanically, so I was like, okay, I'm just gonna try to like drop everywhere and then hopefully catch him off guard a few times and win that way.
Clem 说他其实在
And it worked well.
练习的时候
It worked well. Like Clem was hyper aggressive, especially in game one. Like game one kind of set the tone with like his non-stop drop play, hyper aggression, going back and forth. It was really impressive. Really nice play there at Clem. I do think that this slower style he's referring to is where Classic can excel against a slower, more defensive Terran player, which we have seen from Clem.
这个屏幕前的人族玩家啊，这个给到你们的建议，希望你们好好学习。那我们最后想问一下 Clem， 因为在赛前我看到你有一个采访，你说你本场比赛准备的最多的就是第一局，你觉得第一局在对阵 Classic 的这个比赛对你来说非常重要，你准备了很多比赛，你觉得你只要第一局战胜 Classic， 后面的这个比赛的赛程都会非常的顺利。现在你已经赢下他了，依然是这么觉得的吗
So before we start, you said that in the interview that Classic is your hardest opponent in this tournament, right? So now you actually beat him. Just you think you're gonna go champion this time?
Yep.
那想问一下，其实同组的，比如说接下来还会有登场的雷诺啊什么的选手
that confidence, baby.
就是现在 Clem 对于其他的选手已经无所畏惧了吗
So we actually still got Reina and Maru in the tournament. You just don't care? You think they're like much worse than you?
No, obviously not. I mean, honestly, I'm looking forward to playing the semi because I think me against Rainer is always exciting and it always makes for very good games. But I think also people want to see me play against Maru with my toss. So I think it's going to be super fun no matter what, no matter who I play.
所以 Clem 其实很期待半
Yeah,
决赛
it's something that we bring up all the time, but Maru is the only Terran player in the world that Clem hasn't beaten with his Protoss because they've never played, right? They've just never played in tournaments. They've played on the ladder, that is true, but they've never played in tournaments. So that would be really exciting to see Maru versus Clem. But I said this before, like Serral's already out. I think a lot of fans would be a little bit upset if we didn't get like Rainer further. I know he's a fan favorite, but I mean so is Maru as well, so we'll see. It's gonna be a really good series. Again, we might just not cast it period, or we might cast it via replays. I'm referring to Maru versus Rainer. That is going to be the next series. As you can hear with my voice is struggling a little bit, so I'm going to take it easy, and hopefully I'm recovered by tomorrow. There's a world where maybe I'm not. It'd be a shame, but yeah, hopefully we're good to keep casting tomorrow. Again, we took some time off, so my throat is like a little bit, it's not warmed up, so I'm struggling a little bit more here. But again, hopefully tomorrow we're good to go. I'll make some tea ahead of time, and yeah, hopefully we'll be okay. But yeah, take care everyone. We're going to be giving another fellow streamer a raid, so do take care, do enjoy. Again, do apologize for being a little bit MIA in recent days. Again, it's only been a couple days where we haven't been able to cast too much. Our weekend is really busy this week. We have the Uthermal 2v2 circuit later on tonight. We're not going to be casting, we're going to be adminning that event. That is going to be later on this evening in around 3 hours time. We also have Thunderfire tomorrow, and we have Tuna Cup tomorrow as well. We have Water TV Monday on Monday. We have the LATAM Legends Series on Tuesday. We have Pegasus Cup on Wednesday. We have the Rongi Cup starting on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 3 days of Rongi Cup as well. More Uthermal 2v2 circuit. Like there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. A lot of StarCraft. And my body has to adjust to the non-stop casting, I guess. Smurge. For those that are curious as to why I was MIA. I did address this last stream, but we made a clip. I think there's a clip on our Discord. It's like pinned on our Discord channel. But I have some pet bunnies, and there have been some medical issues recently, and we've been looking after them. Medical bills have been very expensive. I want to say that over the past week we've paid like $4,000 in medical bills, which is crazy. So we appreciate the support in the chat with all the subs that we got today. We appreciate it. That helps a little bit. But yeah. Again, cardiologist expenses have been, costs have been very expensive, and it's been a very stressful year. It's been a very stressful 2026 so far, and the stress has not ended. No, not at all. But I'll probably give an update to that, like maybe next week or something, when I actually have a voice to speak about. But regardless, with that, thanks for watching. Thanks so much for the support. We do appreciate it, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more Thunderfire. And again, hopefully our voice is good to go. Take it easy. Ciao, papi, ciao. And when it comes to this event, do check out Wardy or Pig. Wardy and Pig are still casting in English, and they're both covering this event. And there's still Maru versus Rainer. It's going to be a really good best of 5. It's going to be a really good best of 5. I'm jealous I won't be casting it. Do make sure to tune in. It's going to be in 10 minutes. Otherwise, take care. Ciao, papi, ciao. Take care.